Yeah.
Are we on?
Take that as a yes.
Yeah, I remember that. Bubbles up.
I can tell you're going to be out of control today.
I'm really excited to see how it goes.
I'm gonna eat an orange.
Yeah.
We're gonna get started in just.
Push all your buttons.
We're doing this.
Now it's on. Now it's on. Something's on.
Back.
Testing. One.
Can I get a price check on those Del Monte beans on aisle 7?
That was pretty funny.
Counselor McLaughlin, I'd like to remind you, the mayor will do the jokes.
There'll be no laughs.
Counselor Runyon. The mayor will do those jokes too.
I'm always here to debate all those.
Well, before we call the meeting to order, we're waiting for Scott Randall, but after I'm done talking, which will only be for about 30 more seconds, we'll just go ahead and get started. And I would ask that we've got a lot to say today. And if anybody would like to ask a question, especially among the council members, or offer something, because there's a lot of people here, please raise your hand. And then when I recognize you, when I see you, I'll nod to you and let you know that I saw you, and then you can put your hand down and I'll write down the order of the people that raise their hands. Okay, so that's the way we'll handle it after we get the meeting going. Okay, I'm calling the meeting in order. And please, City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Long. Here. Counselor McLaughlin.
I'm present.
Runyon.
Here.
Counselor Randall. Waiting for him. Counselor Richardson
Present.
and Mayor Mays.
Here. Okay, will you please, I'd like to ask Counselor Long to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag's right over that way.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, item 4 is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second,
I'll second. McLaughlin second.
it's been moved by Counselor Long, seconded by Counselor McLaughlin to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 5 is goal setting, and I'll turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Cleaves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you all for being here today, taking the time to participate in this session and have this conversation. Better.
Red light should come on.
The red light is on. Test. Okay. So thank you all for being here today, taking time out on this Tuesday afternoon to have this conversation. And I think this will be a very productive and informative session. The main objective of this session and discussion is to provide an opportunity for the council to identify priorities, policies, or key projects that will be incorporated into staff's efforts in developing action plans and identifying resources needed to move these items forward. And I think this is a very timely, it's very timely for this input and this discussion to happen. It'll be important to staff to hear the feedback and input from the council as we move forward into the budget process that we have, so we can incorporate what we hear today into that work. I also add and try and call out that, we're not here today necessarily to solve or work on a particular project or issue, but discuss how they may align with the goals of the city. And are they a priority of council? And what level of priority? Are they a critical priority, significant, desirable, et cetera? We'll accomplish this by first having each department provide a brief update, as you've seen on your agenda. Each department head will have no more than 10 minutes. We'll try and keep these short, give you that update about halfway through the year. Dave Anderson has promised to do his level best to keep it under 10 minutes, but we'll see how that goes. Please keep an eye on the time when you're doing your presentations, and if at all possible, leave a couple minutes if the council has any potential questions. We'll then have a very brief update of the Vision Action Plan. I say this will be a brief update because the council recently had a presentation at a council meeting on the Vision Action Plan, so it should be pretty fresh and familiar. But we'll go through and re-highlight some of the watershed projects, the 2 watershed projects in that Vision Action Plan that we had, along with the 5 different categories in that Vision Action Plan. This will serve as just as a reminder that this is a tool and a document that you can use as we think about and have a discussion about the city council and the city's goals and these different priorities. We'll then look at the 6 different goals of the city itself and discuss whether they need some light revision or affirm that these goals still resonate with the council, affirm that those are the goals that we want to use going forward. We could also have more substantial discussion on the goals if they need to be more heavily amended, even potentially eliminated or something added. But that may be, as I said, much more substantial discussion. So I want to allow that to happen, of course, but want to keep an eye on the time. And then finalizing, utilizing the input provided by council ahead of time, along with staff, which created a compilation of existing projects in consideration. We're going to be using a program called Trello that you'll see there up on the screen. And so as I alluded to a moment ago, we have council priorities listed in blue on the left side. That's some of the homework, if you will, that we have done previously. There's some key categories: houselessness, Vision Action Plan, et cetera, with some detail underneath each of those. To the right are some of the staff priorities. This is generated from each of the different departments and serves a couple different roles there. Serves a couple different roles in highlighting the work that the city staff is already doing, and also serves as that reminder of things that we've already have talked about in the past and have started to do work on, and could also be some of the items that we move from council priorities and staff priorities into the 3 or 4 categories that you see on the right. So as we go through this line one by one, we can move these items, and maybe Nubia can show us how they move into critical, significant, desirable. And then the last category is a parking lot category. That's a place that we can put items for potential discussion and consideration later on, if there's sufficient time, or a reference point for future council goal setting sessions, wanting to keep as many of these items on the radar as possible because they came from either council or staff and as such are important. One of the things I wanted to point out during this section of the process is that if we move all of these items, for example, into the critical section, nothing's truly critical. And so it'll be important, and what I think we need to really focus in on is moving those into those different categories. If they're all in critical, it's going to be difficult for staff to, allocate time and resources. And so it's important to move those into the significant or desirable or parking lot categories. That's going to provide the best direction and best input for the staff. And so we're booked from 1 to 5 p.m. today to give us enough time to hopefully get through through everything. And those are some of the opening comments and the overview of the agenda under goal setting. Are there any opening questions or comments?
Well, if you take 10 minutes times 9 departments, that's 90 minutes. So is it too much to ask that the 10 minutes include any Q&A on the part of the city council? Because I would suggest there'll probably be questions that we may have of the staff when they give their presentation. So
Yeah. So when I worked with staff here, we had talked about that 10-minute window.
Yeah.
And so if you can all keep that in mind to allow for some questions at the end, if possible, with the presentations you created, that would be great.
Okay.
And with that, I'd like to ask Izetta Grossman, our city clerk, to kick us off with the first presentation. Izetta Clerk.
Izetta Clerk. So mine's pretty easy. I'm not going to go over the different kinds of things that I do or anything like that. But I did want to talk about some upcoming projects. I'm working with the Human Resources Director, Daniel Hunter, in the remodel of what used to be the municipal court. And that's the major project that I'm doing then for the next year or so. We're continuation on the utilizations of the Oregon Records Management System. That's just kind of spending some more time in it now that I have that time, and getting everybody up to speed on some historical documents that are not in there, so we can work on that. We're updating the Lewis and Clark Park Use Agreement and the Dallas Dock Park Use Agreement. Both of those require looking at. That initially we did a very inexpensive rates for those, and everyone tells us that's way too cheap. And so it costs us more to set them up and take them down than it does for what people do there. So we're working on that. And I'm reviewing a list of all the permits that say the city clerk is involved in, and making sure that the city clerk's department is handling those. And I think that's it.
Any questions for the city clerk?
This court said you're doing the remodel. Where will that be located?
What used to be called it's the Veterans Museum now. The Veterans Museum will be moving, and we're remodeling that area for additional space for staff.
Okay, and timeline for that remodel, the upcoming year.
Yes.
Any other questions? I have one. What's an example of somebody who uses the dock, the cruise ships?
The cruise ships use the dock.
Yeah.
And
And-
the Coast Guard uses the dock. The barges use the dock. They mostly use the dock for crew changes. So they'll dock there, and then one crew will come in, another crew will leave. And that's about it. Occasionally we have a private vessel, but we really don't do that hardly at all, because the cruise ships really take it up all during the time that any of those other big ships would be using it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Finance? Matthew?
IT.
Cover IT.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Matthew was going to cover IT.
Okay.
So in your packet, you have the kind of 1-pager summary, 1.5-pager summary of the year-to-date status on the IT department. And so we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have on that. One of the things with the IT department is that we have an upcoming potential retirement. And so we've begun a process to review and do an assessment on the IT department to help guide the decision-making process of that going forward, looking at different options for staffing moving forward, potential structural changes to make that an IT department, as well as potential partnerships with other organizations to provide those IT services. That exists in a couple different instances in our community already, and could really provide some economies of scale, but also comes with its own set of risks and challenges as well. And so the work that we've begun with our consultant on that outside assessment will help inform that decision-making process. And that's going to likely feature quite heavily in the upcoming budget process. And I think with that, that's kind of the overarching highlight with the IT department. I will also mention that at the upcoming city council meeting, we'll have a couple of budgetary items for you related to cybersecurity insurance. So we'll have that discussion coming up. And so again, coming up with that plan for how to move forward with the IT department to ensure that we're protected, and that there's a continuation of the strong support and service to the other city departments, so we can continue to do our work. IT, as you all know, has become very central to almost everything we do.
Any questions about IT? Okay, moving on to capital B, small b, finance.
Good afternoon. So as you all know, the finance department manages the finance, the utility, and we also do the judicial department. The finance department consists of 6 total employees. over the last year, we have 2 new employees and have had a small amount of turnover. Our newest employee's been with us probably about a couple of weeks now. She's doing a great job. We also have our other employee that's been with us for about 6 months, and he's doing an amazing job. He recently has just taken over the payroll, so we have the transition in the training of getting people up to date on some of our day-to-day procedures that we do. So we've been pretty busy in the finance department lately, just making sure. The one thing that I do on a regular basis, it's made it really nice, is cross-training everybody, making sure that everybody's cross-trained, just in case one of us gets hit by a bus. There's somebody there to do the payroll and pay the bills. So we manage over 22 funds, and then the general fund consists of 16 different departments. So that's a lot of reporting, and we pull up reports monthly, work with the department heads to make sure everybody is, following through with their budget, help assist them when they may have some budget changes, and make sure that we stay in the compliance and guidelines of GASB rules. This last year, one of our biggest hurdles to get over is the new GASB 87 rule. The GASB 87 rule is we have to put our leases on our financial statements. And that came in effect, I believe, in April. We started working with our new accountants that have been doing our auditing and asking for their financial assistance in helping us do the platform to make sure that we are doing it correctly. And that's been a challenge. The auditor that was helping us with TKW ended up quitting, and he did not tell us correctly on how to do the whole GASB 87. So we're still working on that. It's definitely a lot different than how it's been done in the past. As you all know, the GASB accountings is something critical. It's an important feature that we have to maintain. We did receive the 21-22 ACFR award with government accounting. So that was exciting. We're hoping that we'll get it again this next year. They've been receiving the awards for many of years with great success. Over the last year, we put in the business license program, and although we don't do the business licenses within the city, we've been using that program, and we brought in the alarm permits that the police department used to do and help assist with that and the liquor licenses. So we can electronically send out the new invoices and collect the payments and be able to pull a report without having to handwrite it or do it the old way through maybe a handmade Excel system. We are still working on our capital improvement program. The capital improvement program, with Matthew's come with the city, we're looking at more of trying to look at a 10-year program versus a 5-year program. I think the capital improvement program was really an eye-opener this year with deciding to keep the state office building. We looked at that there was a lot of things that needed to be taken care of at the state office building. Matthew had given me that ability to be able to do some of the things at the state office building, which has been really fun and exciting. I've really enjoyed it. If you guys haven't seen it, we painted the building, got the grounds all cleaned up in the back. We have painted the inside foyer of the building, down the hallways, and the tile is ordered to do the tile as you walk into the entrance. So those are things that the state office, DHS, were really asking for because it's time to renew the lease. And they really wanted to see some of those things upgraded. So we were able to get that done.
I think they've been very pleased and borderline shocked at the speed and extent of the work that's been done to date. So it's been going very well.
The other, thing that we're responsible for is we're responsible for budget, which we're getting ready to come into the new budget year. We have great funds. We're receiving a lot of property tax revenue. I think there's a lot of doors opening on a lot of ability to have some money to do some things with. We have the capital project fund that we are wanting to look at, bringing some revenue in this year to be able to do, maintain some of our buildings that haven't really been, maintained over the years, and to kind of look at that. They're bringing in the new project manager that will, be able to have some ability to use some of that money for projects that need to be done. We've also created, when I came into the city, we started with Cassell, and we've created over the years the programs through the Cassell that they offer. And this last year, one of the programs that we created just recently is the electronic PAF system. And that is, instead of using manual pieces of paper to, give somebody a raise or cash out comp time, or, request vacation or sick time, for doctor's appointment, they can do that automatically through the portal now that goes directly to their director or their supervisor. So that really has been able to streamline things and make things a lot easier for both employees and the management team. One of the big things that we completed this year is about 3 years ago, our previous city manager said, can you guys be a good partner and take on Parks and Rec? So we took on Parks and Rec. We moved them from QuickBooks over to Cassell. And we've been helping them with their budget, helping them with their audit. I think for Parks and Rec, for the first time over the last couple of years, they've received almost a perfect audit. And so that's been really nice. We've been able to help them with their budget process also, and to do their budget correctly. We also just completed July 1st. We moved over Mid-Columbia Fire and Rescue over from QuickBooks into Cassell. And they it's very streamlined. It's doing very well. And that's been another success that we've had. That was a lot of work that we had to get done. Mid-Columbia Fire and Rescue is definitely a bigger entity than Parks and Rec. They have 3 payrolls a month. They have several different funds at managing. We help them assist with their audit and their budget. And again, this year was the first year that MCFR received a perfect audit, and had a lot of the notes that were put in their audit taken out because the city was there to help them do their financials. And I think that's really all I have. The one item that we really are working on, and that is the goal that we had 30,000 budgeted for this fiscal year. And that is to be the Performa, to be able to provide financial statements forecasted for the future, to be able to look at the, hypothetical data or assumptions about, future values or to project performance over a period. And so that's really kind of that main goal, to be able to plug in the numbers, if we're going to, go for a bond, to be able to plug in the new numbers of what we would need to increase water rates, for example, and to be able to look at that over, a 10 to 20 year time span, if we could carry that bond debt and how that would look, or, reviewing employee salaries and increasing employee salaries, what that's going to look like in 10 years down the road. And that's been one of the biggest projects for me. I've been watching, I think I've watched 4 demos and not found the exact one that I like that is feasible. Like, they're very expensive. So I thought 30,000 could do it. It's looking like it's something that's more of like a 30,000 a year. So I've been trying to look at different ways that we can financially do it without having that huge cost on us. And that's been the goal for the finance department. So does anyone have any questions?
Any questions for Angie? Councilor Runyon.
when you talked about the state office building, did you mention the fact that I'm on the understanding that some of that money comes back to us that we
It-
spend? And I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
But-
so currently the way that the lease is set up, and the lease was set to expire last year. We extended the lease. The lease is going through May 30th of 2023 right now. We're in the middle of negotiations of renewing the lease. But most of that money it's a 50% return back to us. So they cover half of the cost on most of those expenses.
Very important.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Several years ago, we put in a new accounting system. What is the name of that system?
It's Cassell.
Cassell. And what is Gatsby?
GASB is the Government Standards Board, the Government of Accounting Standards Board that we have to follow as a municipality
And you're happy with the purchase and implementation?
of Cassell.
Yes.
You know, there's always the little things that don't work.
Say yes.
Subtle pause.
It's been great. They keep growing. So that's the nice thing is that, it's like, hey, I want to do electronic work orders instead of having a staff employee come in 5 times in and out with piece of paper. And they have helped create those things. So a lot of the things that we've brought in, other municipalities are using that now. So it's been great.
So you don't expect any add-on to that program? Do they have any kind of interfaces that are available for it?
Currently, right now, we are using every one of them.
Thank you.
The work we do for the Park District and the Fire District, we also do another one, don't we? Another outside contract?
Currently, right now, we're doing the Parks and Recreation and Mid-Columbia Fire and Rescue.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh, I thought we did.
That's
Okay, that's enough. Yeah.
That's it.
Also the city of the Dalles.
And City of the Dalles and the
Okay,
airport.
I knew
and
there was another
library.
one.
It's been renewal.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Angie and her team have done a great job supporting those 2 partners that you just mentioned, and she's brought me up to speed on the contracts and how they've been going. There's been a lot of hard work on the front end to get them up to speed. I think it's kind of leveled out a little bit, but I want to make sure that we keep those contracts in mind. It is an additional work item. It is additional workload. It does support our partner, but it does rest with Angie and her team. So just wanted to emphasize that.
Great. Thanks, Angie. Council Runyon.
So was there any timeline on that when it was set up to help the partners? Is this forever? Is it discussed periodically about, it takes some point of time and where other things are growing within the city itself. So
So I'm not sure, frankly, when it was originally set up, if there was a discussion about temporary or in kind of a more in perpetuity.
it seemed like there should be like at least a 5-year review or something.
Well, the
and-
the contract does have a clause to exit, but it's a 6-month notice period. So it's not a quick contract to get out of, frankly, but we want to provide that notice to our partners so we don't, leave them hanging in a sense.
Well, I'm just thinking there should be some kind of review at a periodic point to see if it's still needed as a joint effort, or are they up to speed now where they could handle it themselves?
And that's a lot of the conversation that Angie and I have been having as she's
Question.
kind of brought me up to speed in evaluating, how many hours are devoted to those contracts? How are those hours trending? What's the opportunity cost associated with it?
They should
It-
see that report.
Councilor Long.
And just to clarify, they pay for those services. It's not a
Correct.
contract and
Right. Thank you.
Staff time.
Okay, anything else for Ms. Wilson? Thank you again. We move on to Human Resources, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. I've got 3 items, pretty brief list. They're going to be priorities for me through the rest of this year and into next year for you to consider as you establish your goals. And those are ensuring the city's in the best position possible to recruit and retain quality personnel. Part of that will be coming with some of our discussions through labor negotiations and conversations you've already had with the city manager on employee compensation philosophy and that sort of thing. Invest in leadership and supervisor training in particular, but in general, making sure that employees across all departments and divisions receive the training that they need in order to maintain their productivity. And then lastly is to continuing to evaluate processes to ensure employee safety and reduce workplace injuries. And some of the details on these are on the recruiting and retaining of employees. I mentioned in my report that more than 20% of Public Works employees are eligible to retire. There's 46 employees, including Mr. Anderson. And of that, 7, not including Mr. Anderson, are eligible to retire, 8, including Dave. And so going through the next 5 years, we add another 6 to that number. I know of at least 1, maybe 2 that are looking at retiring in the next year, and looking for ways to ensure we don't have a lapse in our ability to produce what the public needs, particularly on the water treatment and water delivery and wastewater side of things. And of those 7 currently eligible to retire, 5 of them are in those divisions. And so the need really to provide some stopgap there to bring someone on, train them, get them up to speed in time for the other person to retire is going to be important going through the next year. And we're dealing with it right now with 2 employees in water treatment who one left for better opportunity in Coos Bay, which is where he wanted to be, and the other retired. And we did some internal shifting to fill that position, which then left another vacancy, which we did interviews for yesterday. And that interview process, we went through an initial review period, which was a month long, and then we extended it another 2 weeks before we got anybody that was actually qualified to apply for the position. We've got a modest amount of applicants that had never done the job before in their life. They had some background, some of them had background in science. Water treatment, it's really important that that person have some idea, particularly in biology, preferably in microbiology, in order to do the job, because there's lab tests that have to be done throughout their shift. And getting someone with that background to apply for our jobs is really difficult. Our plan, at least at this point, is we've got a operator in training position in the SEIU contract and on the wage table. And my preliminary discussions with Mr. Anderson was that we maybe look at doing that rather than just a 1-step pay, that we go to 2 steps and we make it a longer training period so that we can get someone that's maybe got some technical background, but they don't necessarily have a degree or scientific background. And we train them over a number of years, maybe 2 to 3 years, in order to get them up to speed to where they can actually be competent in doing the job, rather than trying to recruit someone that doesn't exist, quite honestly. And we'll be looking at starting that as we go into labor negotiations and bringing that information to you early next year. The other 2 things is, as you may recall, during our budget process, we took money out of the HR budget that was going to go to department head and city manager training. And that was really through an organization we've used in the past. It's in Portland. That is this training that we be providing is more about getting us to work better as a team and interfunctional collaboration across the city, rather than having silos that work at the city and do our own thing, and then we reach out to one another if and when we need support. And just listening to the other voices in the room, more of a cohesive organizational conversation to be had with department heads in particular, but potentially down the road supervisors as well. And then the last piece that I explained in the report is some of the safety funds. I believe it was actually the year before I took over or started the HR department, and we actually got a full-time citywide safety officer the council at that time wanted our safe dividends to go into a line item in the council's budget for council to approve expenditures for safety. And that's worked fairly well over the past few years. We've run into this year some smaller requests for using those funds that were reluctantly brought to myself and the safety officer just because they were so small. And really the determination at that point was, well, have you got any money in your department budget or in your division budget to pay for those? If not, then we look at my HR safety budget, which is frankly pretty tight because we knew what we wanted to spend and the items that we wanted to get for Bailey to implement throughout this calendar year. And so looking at how we do that, whether we keep that fund in council budget or whether it goes into the general fund or just distributed to the departments and divisions that actually contribute to the workers' comp premiums and are logically should be getting those dividends back to them. One of the issues has been in the past that Public Works has been the predominant payer of workers' comp premiums. But on the safety side, they've had some initial large ticket items that came out of that fund, but since haven't had much in the way of need, unless it's, I mean, we're talking $200 to $300 request. And what I'm hearing from employees is they're reluctant to just request $200 to $300 from council to come out of that line item rather than looking for it in their own budget or asking me if I can take it out of mine. And so for your consideration, think about some other ways we might be able to do that. One option would be to put it into the funds that they are distributed out of when they pay premiums, when we receive that dividend. And then each of those departments can then determine what they're going to spend their safety funds on. But I'll take questions if you have them.
Any questions for Mr. Hunter? Counselor Long?
So with that issue, could we also look at giving like a threshold that you or a department manager could authorize? Or like, and we do that in some other departments as well.
Absolutely could.
Anybody else? Thank you, Daniel.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just kind of supplemental or to further emphasize Samuel's comment about the competitiveness of the market in both recruitment and retention. And that, employees are looking for, a wide variety of different factors in considering employment. Pay is certainly, and compensation is certainly being one of them. And looking at, continuing to look at our compensation wage tables, going through our union processes and holistically looking at those pay tables is an important part of that process. But so is, building a positive culture at the city, along with providing, educational and training opportunities to continually support staff development. So to Daniel's points about the importance of those and the importance to put resources behind them, that's one of those key components to keeping us competitive, both in the recruitment and in the retention category.
Great, thank you. Community Development, our newest department director now has the floor. Mr. Chandler.
Thank you. I'll be the first to share a PowerPoint as well. But yeah, thanks. Josh Chandler, Community Development Department. I full-time position at the director just a month now. So definitely a newbie to this group, but excited to be here. Go over, kind of touch base on some things that, although I'm new to the department, some things that key topics that I worked on since I've been with the city. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much my intro. I've been with the city. If you don't know, I've been with the city for a little over 4 years. Kind of moved up the ranks, started as a planning tech in 2018. And now I'm in front of you today. So it's been quite the change. And it's also been quite the change in our department over the last year. We have had quite a big shift in staffing, probably last over 50 years of land use planning knowledge in two individuals that have left the city in this last year. But very excited with the team that we have. I think we have a good team now, and morale continues to increase day by day. Speaking on culture and making sure that we have a tight-knit group. I'm excited to say we do. Department restructuring, we are in the middle of the community development department restructuring and really adding on to the community development department. And then speaking to employment, we have 3 positions currently out: the senior planner, the economic development officer, and the facilities supervisor. Varying levels of interest of the 3 positions. The facilities, we've received over 20 applications. Senior planner, on the other hand, 1. So there is quite the shift there. We close, we'll start reviewing in about 2 weeks. So through the holidays, probably, we'll be looking at interviews, maybe the first part of the year. I just wanted to touch, with these next couple slides, touch on a couple things that are, like I said, I've worked on, and I think some topics that are important to us that we've expressed as a city importance. The big one being housing and development. I'll show you some statistics. Touch a little bit on urban renewal, community development block grants, as well as highlight a couple key projects. So in looking at, I want to touch on, residential permits. Really, we process more than residential permits, obviously, but I know, housing is a big topic. So looking at residential building permits, we approved since January of this year, we've approved 36 residential building permits. That doesn't mean dwelling units. So a building permit could comprise a duplex. So there are a couple duplexes thrown in there. There is always a delay between when a project gets finalized at the county. So that's why you see the final occupancy from the county is about 26 this year. We've had 5 minor partitions, residential minor partitions approved. 10 lots have been created. We have 1 subdivision, which was actually a replat. So they took a 5-lot subdivision and they replatted into 9. So there's 4 lots being created. That one is getting very close to completion. We recently had, there was the approval at Planning Commission for 2 long-term RV parks. One of those has existed as a long-term RV park, and really this is adding to it. Those were approved just about a month ago at Planning Commission. And there have been 7 separate annexations. About 17 acres of land have been annexed into the city limits in the last year. So these prospective projects, these are those pie in the sky a little bit, because sometimes an application doesn't make it out of the concept, but these applications up here, these numbers represent applications that have been submitted and reviewed, varying levels of review, where they are in the process. But these are pretty good numbers when you're looking at housing and development. 3 separate subdivisions, between 90 and 100 lots being created. This does not include the infamous Grove subdivision on the east side of town. That one is really at a standstill at this time. They're running up on an expiration actually they have 2 years to complete the project from the day it was approved. They're at about 20 months right now. So it's not looking likely for that one. There have been a couple multifamily developments submitted. In total, about 300 units. And it's not an extra 0 on there. There's some rather large developments that have been proposed and look to be moving forward. And then we will be discussing another long-term RV park this next couple weeks at Planning Commission. Highlighting on the urban renewal program, the Urban Renewal Agency Board. We recently launched an incentive program in the first part of August. We're still ironing out some of the details on this, but as of today, the number has changed. we have received, approved 3 applications for various different upgrades to properties. The recreation building, which is probably the most well-known of urban renewal projects currently, quite the facelift happening over at the old recreation building. 2 of the buildings have been sold as of April, and the final building, which is an open air concept venue, that is estimated completion summer of next year. The blue building, it's now brown. That is at the corner of First and Washington Street. That's recently sold to receive final payments to a local, now local, transitioning over property owner. This is also, the blue building is included in one of those residential developments. So he's looking to do a mixed unit development, mixed use development in there, commercial spaces, residential spaces. And then the Tony's building, I'll touch on that a little bit more in a couple slides. The community development block grants, this is probably my favorite headache of everything. It is quite difficult navigating through all the red tape, dealing with state and federal funding. But this is, looking at the bold numbers here, this is why we do it. I mean, this is exciting to look at. I think the bottom one, the COVID-19 assistance, we have provided $241,000 of mortgage and rental assistance to our community just in this last year. So of all the headaches, it's worth it, I think, looking at those numbers. And then highlighting just a couple key projects. As I mentioned, there's some interest, further interest in downtown residential developments, probably about 3 or 4. One of them pretty substantial in size. The First Street project, we recently terminated the contract with ODOT, as you remember, approved at City Council. We received word about 2 weeks ago that we will not have to pay back the federal money that we've already expended, so about $320,000. The recreation building, as I mentioned, it's an ongoing project. The Navigation Center, McCax Navigation Center, that is expected to break ground probably in the springtime. We're finalizing some plans in our office before they go off to building codes. The Chenoweth Loop Road multifamily, this is at the site of the old West Side Market. This is about a 70-unit multifamily development. Also, this was listed in McCack's 5-year strategic plan. We all know there's a new data center that's going to be popping up out in the port. This was approved, land use approval on Halloween. They are finalizing their final site plan, then they'll move forward to building codes maybe in about, or through the building permit process, probably in about a month and a half. And included with that, there's some additional utility projects that will be happening out in the port. Dave may touch on some of them, but they are one of them being, well, 2 of them for water and a sanitary sewer system, and then one of them for a new substation, as well as about a mile long of a brand new transmission line that's going to connect 2 of our substations together. We have an AutoCast walking app currently that our historic landmarks coordinator has been working on, and this is, feel free to download it at your local app store. It's kind of a neat app that will allow you, I think we have about 70 places in town, and it's essentially a map that you can scroll around. You can click on different buttons and get some information about some of the historic buildings that we have in town. So it's kind of a fun thing. I think they are trying to add here in a couple of months, try to add the locations of our new murals that we did through the Wall Dogs event. We are compiling a list. Over the years, we've compiled lists of different code amendments that we'd like to see, throwing things up on whiteboards, really brainstorming a bunch of different code amendments to make our code that much better, more clear and objective. We will be presenting one to you at the last city council meeting in January. And then I throw up the other, and it's in italics, this West Side area plan, threw up last minute. This is something that we received a grant, a TGM grant about 2 years ago. And due to staffing, we decided to send the grant back. So we ended up not moving forward with the grant. Kind of unfortunate at the time. But we are, hopefully moving this back into the fold and taking a closer look at on how to move forward with whatever process we go about it, whether it's through a grant process or if it's something done in-house. This is basically going to be a comprehensive look at the west side of town, all different types of aspects associated with it. This was recently discussed at a county community enhancement project. We just brought it up about 2 weeks ago as a kind of a point to discuss, and it really picked up some steam with the group. So it looks like there is some interest to pursue it yet again. So that the Wasco County Economic Development. Right. Thank you. And that is about it. And I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Josh?
Did you touch on Tony's or did you say you were going to?
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Yeah. So we are about 90% complete with an RFP for the demo and hazardous material abatement. We do have it budgeted basically to do the project, but we want to get as much money from the state and the Fed as we can. Before we issue that RFP, like I said, we were waiting to finalize it. Before we finalize it and post it, I just want to make sure we have a grant award from the state sent over to us. They have 99% confirmed we have the money set aside for us, but it's been pretty difficult to get that confirmation email from the individual who runs it. I was actually texting with one of someone from Business Oregon yesterday even. So trying to stay up on that, making sure we can, bring in, they're thinking we can get about $400,000 from the state and the Fed to help with that one. It's looking like probably about $750,000 to do a demo and hazardous material abatement. There is asbestos all throughout the building and it is in very poor shape. So exciting though. That's another one you could probably, once it comes down, you could add that as a potential site for future downtown residential development.
Other questions? What is the data center that Google has submitted? Do we know how many stories that's going to be at?
Story, it's a 1 story. It's probably, I think it's 37 feet tall.
Good.
The building itself will be about 37 feet. Of course, there's got different, structures out there taller.
And what's this? You mentioned the RV parks. What's the status of the one on West 13th and between West 13th and West 10th over on the far west side? Do you know which one where I'm talking about?
Yeah. So that one was revised.
Mhm.
They were originally proposing 26 units. They're revising it to 9 units. The reason being is there is an access requirement when you go over 9 spaces. So it would require
Mhm.
an overhaul to their entire plan. They don't have enough street frontage basically to put in 2 access points. So
Okay.
yeah, that one will actually be discussed about in 2 weeks at Planning Commission.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, moving right along. Police Department, Code Enforcement, Animal Control, Chief Worthy.
We following along a PowerPoint presentation as well. I will send it available for everybody. As you guys know, I'm Tom Worthy. I'm the chief of the city of the Dalles. Presenting about our police department here today. So as an overview, by the numbers, our police department is 25 sworn all in, which includes myself, the police captain, 6 sergeants, and 15 line police officers, and a couple of detectives in there. There's a organizational chart that stands right there. You'll look at a couple of positions are vacant, mainly waiting for our officers to be training in the academy or field training, and then we'll move up and including meat, mint, and traffic. Here's one concern of mine that keeps me up at night is the tenure of our officers and years. Over half of our line officers have less than 2 years of experience on the police department. And of course, my experience tells me that in 5 to 6 years, we're confident of police officer in Oregon. So that's a concern. The actual number for that pie chart up there is 10 with under 5 years, 4 with 5 to 10, 2 with 10 to 15, and 1 with 15 and 1 years of experience on the road. However, 2 of those are laterals with prior experience before they came to the City of the Dallas Police Department. That concern is buffered by our exceptional supervisors on the department. Here's a list of who they are and their service years as well as years in rank. They have an average of 18 service years and 4 years in rank. That photo is our recent promotee, Sergeant Nagamatsu, who had the unfortunate lack of, I just have to have his photo. So then as a department, I tried to go and get as many statistics and metrics as possible. Let's find out, are we busy or are we staffed correctly? And what's our actual day-to-day workload look like? So for year 2020 to 2021, fiscal year, I should say, we had 19,009 calls for services. Department, some of our partner agencies there. This is a comparable metric. Wasco County had less than half, and Mid-Columbia Fire and Rescue had about a last quarter. And then in the next fiscal year of July 1st, 2021 to 2022, we had a 6.34% growth in calls. And the same graph of the metric. Essentially, everybody got busy in that year. So with those calls, it's important to know that not every single one of them results obviously in an arrest or even a case being made. Some are what we call log, and logging is a way for officers to disclose the call for service real quickly by adding notes to their CAD. And when I say CAD, that means configurated dispatch. We'll come back to that later. So for those 2 similar years, you can see that we had an actual decline in cases by 3.95%, or 4% fewer cases despite a higher call load and a corresponding increase in logging, which is indicative of people probably logging some stuff that maybe could have had a report associated with it, depending on how you want to look at it. And a fully staffed police department will be able to take more calls and log less. There's no harm in that. It's just a metric to look at. Yeah, there's a priority for me. My highest priority as the new chief of police. I've only been here about a year and a half, a little bit more than that now, is to accredit our department to the Oregon Accreditation Alliance. And we're essentially done with this project. We're waiting to be evaluated by the Accreditation Alliance and finalize some formatting and policy amendments in our book. And then we'll print that, distribute it, give you a chance to look at it and finalize the project. So this is essentially done. Here's the question that I both love and hate to answer. It's why bother with accreditation, and I'm not going to read every point. It's an affirmation that what we're doing, as assessed by outside professionals, is up to best standards of current policing practices. And for all the reasons listed on this slide, that's why it was like full priority when arriving here. So next, had a subsequent priority. Obviously, once accreditation is done, that's not the end of the job. We are going to move on to the modernization effort. So of course, that's going to take effort. Some of the strengths within the department are our people. Our facility is appropriate for an agency our size, and our equipment. Generally speaking, it's newer, and we have modern equipment. And then, of course, our community and council support just cannot be overstated. That the officers in this town are and feel supported. But that's not to say that there aren't weaknesses within the department. We do have them, one of which is our technology. And I'll talk about each of these individually. Our technology, our CAD, RMS, as records management system, are very rudimentary and outdated. And I'll show you a picture of what that looks like here in a minute. We need to have better analysis capabilities so we can say how we're using our time, where the crime is, what's going on in our town. And then geospatial reporting, so we can look at hotspots and places of expanded activity for our officers. And then, of course, we have a number of different versions of Office. Sort of our every single business and people use Office, Word, Excel, etc. To do their work. We have a number of different compatibility challenges there. And then we do share equipment in terms of patrol cars and rifles and tasers, body cameras, which keeps the cost down, but it increases wear and tear on and it provides less accountability for damage or loss. I mentioned our core systems. Here's what their help menu looks like. If you file help without on these systems, you can see that that looks like a an RA here. I made it old. If you take a look at the copyright dates on them, 2013 is the latest copyright date. Seen on the other, so these are very rudimentary and they don't allow or enable us to do that sort of data-based analysis that help us be better in our jobs. And then not included on the slide, but another system of note, we're still using analog radios. Our radios are digitally capable. We're on an analog system, so that limits our capability and our ability to interface with our partners. So I know the sheriff's working on a radio project as well. About that later. So with better tools, we can move towards intelligence-led solutioning, where I'd like to see the department go. There's a graphic down where a crime analyst or intelligence officer interprets and analyzes the criminal environment and funnels that information back and forth with the command team, and then we come up with strategies and protocols to attack that criminal status in the community. This equals smarter police and better use of current resources. Our top policing challenges in the city right now are homelessness, probably no surprise to anybody, drug abuse, primarily, almost entirely fentanyl, killing people in the community, and then violent crime. Back to fentanyl, I attended the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the DEA chief came and spoke to us and said not one word about any drug except for fentanyl. It's all about fentanyl right now. It's coming in through the Mexican cartels and it's flooding our streets. So back to the first bullet there, homelessness. We know that this is a challenge for our community. We've spent an inordinate amount of time working on it. Homelessness cannot be criminalized. You all know that somebody's status as homeless can't be criminalized. They can be controlled and sit, rest, and lie out in our community. Somebody sitting or laying down on the sidewalk is permissible. City policy is in place to control camping. It's been vetted closely with the city attorney to get that in place. It's been tested and has worked in the past. And we know all the reasons why homelessness is a problem for the police department, but it's not strictly a policing issue. We're on the front lines of it. We're a part of the solution. We're not all the solution. I think that we've taken a good collaborative approach in the community so far, and all of the partners have engaged on this problem. I mentioned fentanyl. That's what we have here. Fentanyl, left center, and then on the right is Narcan. Every officer in the department, including myself, there is Narcan. City Council's been aware that some of our officers life-saving awards, saving lives through the use of Narcan, and in my opinion, a miracle drug. Proponent of it, we need to have more of it out in the community. Bad problem. Here's such as me saying that Oregon Health Authority recently in July put out this bulletin. Drug overdose status in Oregon are more than double 2019 to 2021. That's a medical examiner map, top right, pardon me, a health authority overdose tracking unit where we input data, and those colored dots actually mean numbers of overdoses. And so that's just an example of trying to get our heads around the problem of what we can do with smarter application tools. I mentioned violent crime. We have it in Dow. I don't want to. It's obviously it contributes to the high concern of public ear in our community. Advances carbon victimization, oftentimes for some of our most vulnerable population. It takes an inordinately long amount of time to investigate. Violent crime, one case is potentially weeks or months or even years of work to resolve. We owe it to the victims working on those. We do enjoy a relatively high resolution rate for detectives or lights out in this department. I'm telling you, they are professionals and they're good. But it does have cost and budget implications. And within this city, there are unsolved homicides that deserve our attention. They're not getting it right now because we're simply running around with no liars. And there's some of them that I'm fully committed, my heart and believes some of them pass outside of the time and the resources. So getting to the end, I know I'm probably over already. Policing's been hard even here. We call it thousands in the city. It's not really count anymore. It's crawling getting bigger, and we're seeing all of the problems of every other place right here in River City. We're proud to serve the community, every single person, like, we're proud to do it, and we have a good sense of self. We know what we are and we know what we aren't. We every single day. We deal with our partners, and we don't try and be the number one person out there doing it. We're engaged in the community. We strive to do our best every single day as we move forward in our policing careers. We may be small, but we have high standards and we have high aspirations for every single one of our employees, that they be the best police officer that they can be within this department, and that they can achieve and feel fulfilled and work through their career right here, stay in the Dalles and have a full career. We know that training and development are critical to our ongoing success, and we invest in that, and we try and put the right training on the right person at the right time. And we're accountable to our community and each other. We have high standards, hold ourselves accountable and each other. So I'm pleased to take any questions if you like. That's my 10-minute pitch.
Any questions for the chief?
I have a comment. Nicely said, excellent presentation. Norcan, what's the cost on that?
Narcan is relatively inexpensive. I have it right here. And for what you get out of it, it's essentially free. If you think about what it does to save lives, and in the moment, people can go completely unconscious, not breathing, administer Narcan, maybe once, maybe twice, and then within minutes, they don't even go to the ER. They just wake up and go about their day.
Fentanyl, what is the current level, or how is it evaluated? Is it legal for distribution? Is it like heroin? Is it?
It's on the same, schedule as heroin, methamphetamine, or cocaine. It's produced for about 2 cents a pill, and they'll sell them on the streets for between $8 and $20 a pill. We see thousands of them in this community. The amount of fentanyl that it takes to get somebody high is it's just molecules. So most of it's filler and just, ibuprofen or something else that they've pushed it into. And so for us, even to test that in the field, we have an on-load testing device where we can go and we have to literally move around the pill and find the location, exact location for the molecule of fentanyl resides within that pill.
You brought up fentanyl at one of our meetings, and I did a little bit of reading since you brought that up. Isn't the other part of this drug the very high addiction that isn't true of meth, say, or cocaine, or?
Fentanyl's an opioid.
Yeah.
So it's you think about it as analogous to synthetic heroin. And so somebody that has a pain pill problem or just full on has an addiction will generally gravitate to that because it's so much less expensive, more readily available.
And more powerful, I hear.
Very powerful.
Sorry to interrupt your questions, Tim. Did you have any others?
No, I think that, what do we do about it? We know it's a growing problem, but what can we do as a city?
I don't want to say too much publicly, but we have plans in place to address the problem.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Counselor Runyon.
We had some bonuses available, hiring and so forth, for those used or not used, didn't find the right people.
Yeah, no, it was. We had 2 lateral officers come in, the 2 that I mentioned in the presentation, both received the lateral hiring bonus. And so that actually really jumped us forward because they're bringing in their skills, training and abilities. We're able to get out on the road right away. We have 2 officers in the academy right now. They'll be graduating on the 9th, and 1 officer that just started. So even as they come back out, we've got another 1 on field training and another 1 injured and coming off field training. So we're in various states of becoming staff. We're all hired. Now we just need to get trained.
I think that's something you want to continue to have in your budget down the road.
No, ideally, we wouldn't have any vacancies to hire this year. But past history tells me we probably will. And I do think that that's part of the game now for hiring police officers. Everybody does it and they. So I think that's really important.
Where'd the 2 laterals come from? Counselor,
Second one.
Counselor Richardson.
Hi, Chief, thanks for that. This is just for me. You said, there was a phrase, you said Our detectives are lights out. What does that mean?
They're fantastic.
All right.
Lights out, right? Can't miss.
Man,
We've got great,
Got it.
great department and, great leadership in that. And to be honest with you, I'm amazed at some of the cases that they can solve and their daunted pursuit of even routine thefts and burglaries, right? You might think that while they're out there running down the rapists and the shooters and the stabbers, it's not just that, it's all the cases receive that level of attention.
I'm gonna have to work that into the conversation sometime like that. You may have already addressed this. My other question is. It's been on my mind, you know, a year ago, we were talking, police department was sort of defined, at least as in our conversation. As needing staff. We were short and it was becoming a point of reference. What would you say is sort of? How would you define the department now in one sentence? That we're essentially staffed up, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do it in one sentence. Well, I already haven't. We're fully staffed now. We've hired well. We have maintained our criteria and our standards in hiring, and we've hired with diversity. We have 2 female officers now. We've hired native Spanish speakers. So everything that we would want out of the hiring process so far, we've gotten. Now the trick is to bring those people from all kinds of raw potential to fully functioning individual officers who share our commitment to community.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Chief. Okay, moving right along. F. Our library.
Good afternoon. I guess first of all, I want to compliment the police force. I mean, periodically, we have incidents at the library. When we have to call the police. They respond right away. They're very prompt. And a few times, the chief was even at my front desk, which is pretty awesome. So they're excellent. They're lights out. And then I just an FYI, we are staffed at the library with Narcan as well. We've never had to use it, which is great, but it's there. So just in case. So there's a 1-page summary, which you can read for details, but I'll just kind of highlight things. The first thing I'm going to do is overview it because it's a overly tangled library district. It's a lot of people don't quite understand the workings of the library district and the libraries. So the Dalles Wasco County Library is part of the Wasco County Library Service District. The library district taxes pass through to the Dalles, Maupin, and Dufferin. Each of those cities is responsible for hiring their own staff and paying that staff and benefits that accrue to that staff. Also, the city is responsible for the buildings and grounds and the maintenance in each of those libraries as well. The 3 county commissioners are actually the governing board of the library district. But the commissioners in Wasco County have an IGA, City of the Dells, to manage the Dells Library, and the Dells Library oversees the whole district. The library also has a library board of directors, and that board includes 2 representatives from the Dells, one from Maupin, one from Dufferin, and then there's an at-large representative. So I listed the statistics there from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. They're up pretty dramatically, which makes sense because we were coming out of COVID. So everything's up there. One of our challenges at the library, I guess, is to plan for the HVAC eventual replacement of the HVAC system. It's rather old. It's original to the building in 1967. So that's one of the challenges, the biggest, one of the bigger challenges, I guess. We've had some pretty significant or some pretty enjoyable successes over the past year. One of the, I was reading the focus areas, community focus areas, and one on enhancing education talked about internships. And we hired a high school kid to be an intern this summer, and he was fantastic. He did a lot of laser cutting projects and STEM projects with age, across all age groups, which was really cool. We've had programming's picked up because we're out of COVID and we can meet in person now. So we've had some really big events, the summer reading kickoff, Harry Potter, Star Wars. We've got between 12 and 1,400 people at each of those events, which is pretty awesome. The programmers are programming lights out, I guess. So we have Library to Go and Canopy are two digital platforms that the library uses for books, audiobooks, and videos. And because folks just seem to be migrating towards the digital, every year those statistics and checkouts are increasing. And something kind of neat happened recently. So my daughter is working, she's a senior, she's working on her high school degree and her associate's degree through CGCC at the same time. And she's like, Dad, can you help me with this? I want to use my library card. Our professor said everybody in class had to have a Dell's library card, Dell's library. That's cool. Why? Well, one of the assignments was to go on our website and access Canopy for videos. We have documentaries, classic films, all the great courses are on that platform. And she had to go onto Canopy and watch a video. I think it was for a biology class documentary. And it was pretty cool. I'm going to send the professor a thank you note because everyone had to get a library card at the libraries. Our statistics are skyrocketing now. So some of the current projects we're working on, so we're redoing our website and our logo. So that project's going on right now. And then right now we're in the production queue for the library van, which I talked about at the budget process. Anticipated delivery is probably September next year. But they're very busy and we've got our spot in the production queue. So, and then we're also waiting for our library logo to be finished. And once that's finished, we're the story dispensers. We're going to take delivery on those. So I'm not sure how much I talked about those in the budget process, but what that is, the story dispensers would go out into the community and it can go a couple of different ways. You push a button, kids, teen, or adults, and it's like a cash register receipt. It would have our logo on it and it would have a short 2 to 3 minute story on there. So our first priority would be to partner with the writing teachers in the community and have kids put their content into the story dispensers so they could actually go out into the community, push a button, get their own story. And then they could show their mom and dad or whatever. It's pretty cool. You can also just buy the content from the company that Short Edition is the company. So there's a couple different ways, but our first priority is to partner with as many teachers as we can to get stories from kids in the community. And then we put them into the story dispenser. And yeah, I think it would really get kids excited about writing and reading as well. So that's about my 5 minutes maybe. Questions?
Questions for Jeff? 7 minutes, actually.
We go. I have,
Council McLaughlin.
I just comment. I've been a patron of the library for 49 years in the Dalles. That was one of the things that attracted me to this community, was driving by the library. Over the years now, I've noticed it's clean, orderly, vibrant, and welcoming. That's a job well done. Thank you.
Appreciate
Would you say it was lights out?
that.
It's lights out.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Jeff. Okay, G, Public Works, Streets, Water Treatment. Was there? Oh.
Need a health timeout for Chad. Got a cramp.
Thought I heard something.
It was not your talk, Chad. Let me assure you that.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. And I will try to be quick. This is going to be review for for many of you. Hopefully there'll still be a few aha moments going through this. The Public Works Department is currently made up of 7 divisions. When we're fully staffed, we actually have 48 full-time employees now. The divisions for the Public Works Department are made up of the water treatment, water distribution, wastewater collection, transportation, engineering, regulatory compliance, and administrative services. The Public Works Department also administers the contract with OMI for the operation of the wastewater treatment plant. And I wanted the council to know, kind of as a reminder, is the water utility is recognized by the State Oregon Health Authority as an outstanding performer based upon our history of compliance and utilization of best management practices in our operations. Your packet does include an organizational chart. We won't, it's just a review of what I already stated as far as the organization for the department. I want to spend a little bit of time just reviewing what the primary responsibilities and roles of each of the divisions is. For water treatment, they're responsible for the operation and maintenance of the Dallas Municipal Watershed, which is about 22,000 acres of forested land. The city owns about 1/3 of that. Forest Service, most of the other 2/3. The watershed management includes the operation and maintenance of the Dog River Pipeline, which, as you all know, is currently under replacement. And we have Crow Creek Dam, which is a earthen dam, 100-foot high, 900 feet long, and holds about 267 million gallons of water when it's full. The operation and maintenance of the Wicks Water Treatment Plant, which was constructed in 1949 and has been a fantastic plant over the years. It's starting to show its age. Our water master plan is going to be really timely for helping us do some evaluations of the existing life within that facility. That plant is staffed and operated 24/7, has a capacity of just over 5.5 million gallons per day. The water treatment plant is actually a member of the Partnership for Safe Water and has received the Director's Award in that program for 23 years running now. The Wicks Water Treatment Plant also has a certified microbiology lab where they are currently conducting about 1,800 samples a year for clients. We have about 342 clients in our client base right now, which are local ag producers that have worker camps, other water utilities in the area that don't have their own labs. Very few utilities our size have their own labs, so we're really fortunate to have that. It brings in about $90,000 a year in outside revenue. And in addition to the 1,800 client samples, we're doing about 650 in-house samples being analyzed annually. For a water distribution division, how far behind am I on those? Okay. I was going to say the technology, For the water distribution division, they're responsible for the operation and maintenance of all the pipes, pumps, wells, and storage reservoirs that we have, everything downstream of our Wicks Water Treatment Plant. We have 3 existing deep wells, soon to be 5. You'll recall that under the infrastructure agreement that was entered into with Design LLC in late 2022, they'll be constructing 2 new wells for the city. The city currently has 5 above ground steel reservoirs. That'll become 7 because of the infrastructure agreement. We have 3 booster pump stations. That'll go to 4 with the infrastructure agreement. About 100 miles of mainline piping, some of which is 100 years old or more. About 62 pressure reducing valves, over 5,000 residential meters, 700 fire hydrants. We do have a cross connection control program, which is administered out of the Water Distribution Division. And then they also provide for 24/7 on-call operations in conjunction and in partnership with the Wastewater Collection Division. Wastewater Collection Division. I can't do two. I'm too old. Wastewater collection division provides for the operation and maintenance of the city sanitary sewer pipes, pump stations that transport the wastewater from homes and businesses to our wastewater treatment plant. Again, we have just over 100 miles of pipe, 8, soon to be 9 sewer lift stations. They try to complete video inspections of our sewer mains, about 15 miles of that a year. That puts our sewer mains on a 7-year inspection cycle. They are responsible for doing all the root cutting and proactive management of the sanitary sewer system to try to prevent sewer backups. I already mentioned the 24/7 on-call service that they share with the water distribution. Our wastewater collection division also operates the city's stormwater collection system, which transports rainwater and precipitation from streets and parking lots into the receiving streams. Our street sweeping operations are conducted through the wastewater collection division as a measure to prevent those contaminants and debris from the streets and getting into the stormwater collection system. And we clean all of our stormwater catch basins every year, late summer, early fall, just before the leaves start falling to plug them up. Our transportation division, oh, you're doing so good, provides for the operation and maintenance of the city street system. So again, we have about 99 miles of streets. They annually repaint all the lane striping and crosswalks and pavement markings in the street. They oversee the street maintenance work of crack sealing, chip sealing, slurry sealing, pothole patching, grading roads, hot mix. They are the ones who come in and patch the utility trenches after our water or sewer crews do their work. They maintain all the traffic control signs, and we inspect all of our traffic signage every year for retro reflectivity, making sure that they show up at night. There are certain standards around that we must comply with. They're responsible for all of our winter weather response, and they do maintain some of our smaller triangle parks located around the community. Our engineering division is jointly funded from the water fund, sewer fund, and street fund. They provide or perform the design engineer. Oh, could you give me my engineering? Got into my 10 minutes. Perform design engineering for many of the city's underground utility projects and some of our transportation project. The city engineer reviews plans for any new commercial or industrial developments within the city. So there's a close working relationship with the community development department. They develop the contracts for our larger public works contracts that we're going to utilize contracted construction services for. And then they do a lot of the inspection on projects while they're underway. The engineering division administers the city's 50/50 sidewalk rehabilitation cost share program. Regulatory Compliance Division oversees the compliance for the department of all regulations except safety regulations, which are now housed within HR, including those for drinking water, wastewater, stormwater, and hazardous materials storage through the state fire marshal's office. Regulatory Compliance administers the city's industrial pretreatment permit program, and they develop and implement the department's public communication programs, which includes press releases, web pages, utility bill inserts, drinking water consumer confidence reports. And then our administrative division provides the customer service and secretary and accounting functions within the department, and is also jointly funded from the water, sewer, and street funds. Funding, Public Works Department utilizes a number of funding sources. Angie mentioned a number of different funds that she is responsible for. 8 of those come from the Public Works Department, and most of them are from dedicated funding sources. Water and sewer funds are enterprise funds, which means they're financially self-supporting from utility rates and the sale of goods and services. The street fund receives its money primarily from the state of Oregon shared revenues, a local 3-cent gas tax, monies contributed from the water and sewer funds as compensation for the damaging effects those underwater utilities have on the city streets. And then Oregon shared revenues come primarily from state fuel taxes, motor vehicle registration fees, permit fees, and are allocated to cities based upon population. I've already mentioned that the water and sewer fund contribute to the transportation fund. They currently contribute 3% of their budgeted utility rate revenues to the street fund to address or compensate the street fund for the impacts of their utilities. And then in recent years, the general fund has contributed significantly to the street fund to help pay for needed maintenance and implement the adopted ADA transition plan to update or to install updated curb ramps. Sidewalks. Within each category, meaning water, sewer, and transportation, and we have reserve funds. Did you say time? Oh,
No, I'm just.
okay. We have a reserve fund where we save money to pay for our larger projects. We have separate reserve funds for water, sewer, and transportation, and then one shared reserve fund, which supports the purchases of shared vehicles and equipment within the department. System development charges are assessed for our water transportation, sewer, and stormwater systems. Northern Wasco County Parks and Rec also charges a Parks SDC. These are fees that are normally paid by a developer when a permit is being issued, a building permit's being issued. Again, they're one-time fees to account for a development's demands on the city's infrastructure systems. And then as far as other funding, we also utilize grants, low interest loans, and private funding to fund large capital projects. Since 2006, the Public Works Department has secured a little over $35 million in grants and outside funding and $11.5 million in low interest loans to finance some of our large capital projects, including those committed to be constructed under the 2021 infrastructure agreement. Current and pending projects. In the water fund, everybody's pretty familiar, I think, with the Dog River Pipeline Replacement Project. We also have in works the Cirrhosis Reservoir Roof Project. I do want to point out this says it's planned for construction in 2022-23. Based upon a meeting we had this morning, that work may slip till 23-24. They may not be enough winter left to get all the workers. We can only take that reservoir offline during the winter to do the work. We have the Water Master Plan update underway. We have plans to install a new water main in East 9th Street, East of Clinton Street. This is where a house was recently demolished that was encroaching on the waterway, on the right of way. We have a SCADA system upgrade project in the works to replace some of our 25-year-old telemetry monitoring and control systems. We have a number of efforts underway to maintain some of our water rights associated with Crow Creek Dam and implement an aquifer storage and recovery project. And we're looking forward to planning for the replacement of the transmission lines from the Wicks Water Treatment Plant to the city. Within the sewer fund, we've got the Trevitt Street Phase 1 sanitary and storm system upgrade project, which is currently underway and will be wrapping up within the next month or so. We have plans to install storm and sanitary sewer lines in East 9th Street, same place that I mentioned for the water main a moment ago, east of Quinton. We have the West 2nd Street Joint Utility Project Phase 2 coming up, where we'll be installing new sanitary and stormwater mains in West 2nd Street from the substation to Weber Street. And we are currently working on a project to repair the wastewater treatment plant outfall pipe. That pipe that extends out into the Columbia River is cracked and leaking. We also have the wastewater portion of the SCADA upgrade project. And we are continuing to build the funds for what will be the next phase of wastewater treatment plant improvements. And then within the transportation, the pending projects, we'll continue to do the maintenance projects that we've been doing, chip sealing 7 to 15 miles of street, crack seal, we're allocating about $150,000 a year to that effort. Repaving projects and ADA upgrade, we're allocating about $565,000 per year at current funding levels. The annual ADA upgrades are budgeted at $150,000 a year, which gets us about 15 ramps a year. This is the compliance or implementation of the ADA transition plan. We have completed the first 3 phases of the Scenic Drive Stabilization Project. We'll be looking forward to completing the phase 4, and that's the final phase in 2023 or 2024. We are planning for the construction of sidewalks on East 12th Street, extending east from Thompson Street. And we are looking forward to the widening of West 6th Street from Snipes to Hostetler, which will add a center turn lane through that section. And that's a project for which we have received a $1 million grant from ODOT. With that, I would attempt to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Sampson? Counselor Richardson?
Yeah, hold on. Dave, thank you. Are the sidewalks on, well, likely to go ahead? I ask it because I think they're probably a very expensive proposition. Would that go ahead if the growth does not materialize?
I think that's actually going to be a subject of today's exercises. I think we're, I don't want to, I'll defer to Matthew if he has a different, I think we're hoping to get some direction. Conversation.
Okay, we'll wait. You mentioned in here the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. Various important aspects of that. Does that touch on also one of the items listed on potential conversation, the occasional odor downtown?
It could help. It's not specifically intended to address odor. But if we fix some of the deficiencies in the aeration systems, that could go a long ways towards helping. If we can address and correct some of the foaming problems we have down there, which are inhibiting the way we can optimize the plant operations, I think that would also help. Some of the odor that we're getting is actually just happening when they're filling biosolids trucks. And one of the things that it's just air escaping from the truck tank, right? One of the things that we'll be talking about with a renewal of the wastewater treatment plant contract is doing a biosolid study. So there's a potential for us to put in some more treatment on the biosolids, which could also help us. Right now, we're hauling all of our biosolids for land application at about 3.5% to 4% solid. So we're hauling 96% water. And at fuel prices and truck purchase prices and maintenance price costs, it may make a lot of sense to do what most other wastewater treatment plants are doing and install treatment systems to thicken that sludge and haul more solids and less water. Some of those systems could also help us with the odor.
Thank you. That would help resolve that particular issue as a priority potentially if it's already something you're looking at. That's why I asked. Last question I have is the under the water fund, the hope to extend water rights to expand capacity of Crow Creek Dam and the ASR. Do we have a general sense of when we'd hope to expand those water rights, or is it completely out of our hands?
So this is if I wrote expand, I apologize. It's to extend our existing water rights that we have on Crow Creek Dam. So they have come up for renewal.
Got it.
And that's the exercise we're going through on Crow Creek Dam. The ASR water rights, we have already applied for. They've been granted. We just need to continue showing diligence towards the development of them. And, within the next year, I expect the first well to be drilled and us to be able to begin testing that system.
Great. Thank you. You wrote extend.
Okay.
I interpreted it to expand. I'm done.
Other questions? Counselor McLaughlin?
Recently, we approved a plan to purchase some property in the watershed. Is that completed?
No, it's not completed. Where you remember, you'll recall that we had funding partners in that, and they are still in the process of applying for the grants that would be utilized to support the city's purchase. And that is probably a 2 to 4 year process, which is why we brought an agreement to the Council for Authorization recently to memorialize our efforts and our intents, so that it's not dependent on 1 or 2 steps.
Anybody else? We get a lot of calls for the 24/7 service you were talking about? Do we get a
Oh,
lot?
yeah, a lot
do?
after, well, and so there's two things. One, we get a number of calls from citizens if they have frozen water pipes or something like that, so we can shut off their water at the main. Those types of calls, we get water quality inquiries. But the other thing the 24/7 is doing is responding to alarms from our SCADA system. So we're able to identify, developing problems and respond to them before it's a response from or a call from the public.
Good. Thanks.
So probably 3/4 of the calls are responses to our SCADA system alarms.
Oh, okay. All right. Moving right along. Airport, Mr. Renard. Oh,
Apologize for the last one. I don't know where I decided to put a yellow line through everything. I don't know what to- She may need to use microphone for the recording.
Tom's done with it. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Okay. I believe Isaiah put in the, or I believe in that you guys had just a single page piece there. If it won't go through everything that the airport that we do over the last year. I've definitely learned a whole bunch of the deficiencies at the airport and a number of the different projects that needed to be done. And I just have on the back page of the single one sheeter you had was a list of the recent achievements. We've got I believe we just worked on that last week in council, or the uniform lease rate, and working on getting the land lease rates and everything. Getting our rate increases in place for both the air side and the business park side of things. I've got our 5 years capital improvement plan in place with the FAA, which is, I believe, the last page in the packet I handed you. Which just is a breakdown of the grants that we have programmed with the FAA for the future North Apron ramp, or excuse me, South Apron ramp rehabilitation, some taxi lanes, and our future master plan coming up in 2025. And I can explain some of that as we go forward. Here, as of late, we've got two FAA AIP grants in place, and I got a last minute call from our airport engineer this year in regards to the CORE grants, which is the Critical Oregon Airport Relief process through the Oregon Department of Aviation, and was informed that they didn't necessarily have the amount of grants that had been turned in, applications for grants that had been turned in did not match the amount of funding available. So at 5:30 on a Friday night, I'm applying for 3 more grants to try to get us some additional funding for our airport, which those are now in the review process with the core board. And good Lord willing, that'll afford us a whole bunch of new opportunity at the airport. We recently got a 24,000 gallon jet fuel system put in over there. And that is working very, very well. Put in new gate openers to try to limit some of the access. I'm still working on one of those. And we've got a new lease with our Department of Natural Resources building that will generate some new revenue, which will be a nice shot in the arm for the airport. Projects coming up for this coming year is the South Apron, which is they call it South Apron the way the projects are laid out, but it's the east side of the airport. We'll be redoing all the taxiway and airplane tie downs out there under an FAA grant. We'll be adding 5 additional taxi lanes to build buildings on. In the packet that you have, there are some drawings showing where those future buildings will be. That is probably the number one thing that we've got that will benefit the airport that I'm really pushing to figure out how to fund. And on this sheet that looks similar to this, the airport vision, we had a committee, we had our airport board group, we sat down and looked at what they felt was most important and what we each came up with. And then we ranked this list based on that. And the items in yellow were the top 5 items. The number 1 item was was hangars. And just because of the revenue generation of it, under the present rent structure, we would be anywhere from $48,000 to $54,000 a year off of each building that we put up on a 10-unit T hangar. I've got 27 people on a waiting list right now, which 27 times 450 works out to $145,800 annually. If I can figure out how to put all those planes under a roof. So that's kind of I pushed real hard on a couple of these grant ideas and some timing on the coordination. We have a Oregon Emergency Management grant that we applied for with the assistance of Nolan. And we are in the final phases of that. It looks like we will get that. If we're awarded that, we'll be decommissioning the underground fuel system that we have at the airport. And that is a 26-year-old system that definitely does not meet the projected resiliency needs if we were to have the Cascadia event or anything like that. And we'd end up with potentially 25,000 gallons of fuel in the ground and have our airport out of business because we do not have an alternative source for the actual 100 low lead fuel. So with having that opportunity to decommission it with the OEM funds and the FEMA funds, while I had the South Apron ramp project going on, quizzed the FAA about possibly using some of our bill funds that came available this last year to add an additional project, which is the fuel apron, which would take advantage of the fact that we'll already have the contractors there doing the earthwork and the paving. They'll be able to do the additional work of paving us a fuel apron, and we'll have the infrastructure put in without having to go back and do cuts to get infrastructure into the future fuel island, which does show up on it shows up in one of the maps there. I think I've got everything pretty well labeled for questions going forward. But by doing that, we were able to take advantage of some existing funds and attempt to do 2 to 3 projects at once. One of the last minute grants that I was able to apply for would actually be for putting a fuel tank in at the airport on this new future apron. And I'm actually on the review committee, so I'll know sooner than later whether we actually have an award opportunity on that. One of the future needs that I see, my biggest challenge is staying ahead of the grounds maintenance at the airport right now. There's a map in there with the acreage of each grass parcel. Kind of gives you an idea of what we're up against in the mowing and the weed control. All of that is being done with a 12-foot flail mower on the back of a tractor that one person operates, whether it be myself or using some of the staff that's there with TAC Arrow. We did attempt this summer to buy a couple of pieces of equipment at the Dalles auction yard. Unsuccessfully, used equipment went for new prices, but they had some 28-foot mowers that would have cut my maintenance time down by 2/3. Same with the snow equipment. I mean, we're using an old 4.8-in tractor for weed spraying, and we've got a 1965 dump truck with a donated plow from the city. So part of my budgetary needs, things that I'm trying to figure out how to come up with money for are making my grounds maintenance more efficient by getting either used equipment from other departments. I was able to get a Dodge Durango for running around, one of the old Public Works Durangos for using at the airport. And trying to come up with just some bigger equipment for snow plowing and ground control, the mowing and whatnot. And then how do we come up with enough money to build some buildings? And I guess with that, take any questions.
Questions?
What's the current status of the community college aviation program?
Presently, they are looking for more money. The project came in substantially higher than they had originally budgeted for. I believe they were almost 2 million higher in the cost estimates to build the building. And Richard Foster with Quickatack County is actually working on a couple of different ideas. A couple of them were through the Washington Department of or WAMA, Washington Aviation Management, and through ODA, the core program. There's some monies available. But they also, I believe there was a group, an outreach team went back to Washington DC and talked about trying to get some earmarked money or some additional funding for it, but I haven't had a meeting as of late.
Yeah, that was one of the primary, one of the key projects the community outreach team took back to DC. Because as I understand it, nearly every EDA project is kind of in the same boat with an approval process, a couple of years. The budgetary numbers you submit with your application 2 years later with what we've been dealing with, they're all off. So there's kind of there's conversation around increasing the amount of money that EDA has to provide to help fill that gap. But a major question about that was, would our match also increase with that additional funds provided? So that was some of the conversation we had during that trip to DC.
Anything else, Counselor?
No, that was my question, yes.
Counselor Runyon?
Could you go over again, you talked about the old fuel farm underground, if we had a Cascadia issue, et cetera. So we're gonna develop a new one above ground,
Correct.
go down in the ground? I don't understand.
Well, have you seen the new jet fuel system we put in?
How close?
Okay, I would invite everybody to come over for a tour one of these days. I'd be glad to give one. The above ground tanks are actually a dual walled system, and they sit on a concrete enclosure or encasement. So they actually have a catch basin, but they also are designed to capture all their own fuel in the event of a rupture of the internal lining. The exterior lining or exterior tank captures and stops the leak. So the goal with working with Oregon Emergency Management and talking with them, the above ground systems definitely don't have the issue with if you were to have a plate shift because of an earthquake or something to that effect, you're in a tank in the ground, you're going to have a failure. And it puts us completely out of business. With the proposed above ground systems, like we just put in the jet fuel system, it's sitting on a skid, but it can withstand the damage. Even if you had a piping issue, everything's valved off and shut off. You still have your fuel contained, I mean, unless it's something extremely catastrophic.
Thank you.
Counselor Richardson?
Hey, Jeff, I note that in your expanded packet, thanks for handing that out.
Sorry for the delay.
My quick count was accurate. We go from 4 existing hangars to maybe 16 someday in the future. That full build out, something like that.
Well, we've got,
I mean, the exact number is not maybe critical, but it's a lot. Say 4 times as many hangars.
we would double what we've got for sure. We've got 4 rows of existing T hangars right now, A, B, C, and D. A row is a privately owned building. It's a condo association that is a land lease. B, C, and D are all owned by the city. And then there's 3 other buildings over to the to the west of the FBO community hangars, and then the Otis building, which is the old, I believe, 1950s, 50s, 60s wooden T hangar that houses 8 there as well. But in this picture with the orange or the blue hangars, we have an opportunity, given the amount the buildings cost, a 10-unit T hangar right now, my last estimate that I got was $1 million to run that through a federal contract or a government contract with Davis Bacon Wages and whatnot. We do have, we've got 3 different people, individuals wanting to build privately, willing to put that up and make it another condo association. It would become a land lease for them. But it would house those airplanes and we've got a lot of the people on my waiting list for hangars are not local. There are people that are wanting to move to the area or have moved to the area, but they've left their airplane where they were at because they have it under a roof.
So my question, so is it twice? Is it 4 times? It's a lot more hangars than we have now, which I understand would put the airport on a much sounder financial footing if I follow you correctly. Would it be, if it's 4 times the hangars, would it be 4 times the traffic?
I don't know that not necessarily, but it would definitely increase. I don't know that you could say it would be
Yeah.
an equal number there.
Or is it taking existing planes that are tied down and putting them undercover, or is it a mix?
It'll be a mix. It will definitely bring, I would say 50% of the planes on the list will be new to the area. Whereas we've got 10 or 12 of them outside.
Yeah.
That are tied down right now, that would be local, just moving indoors.
I think that would be really, and you may have it. I've not dug through all the vision and the other documents you guys have. But I think that would be a really useful thing to have in context or have in conversation, which is future traffic.
One of the things I did know with having previously worked for TAC Aero and for the previous 6 years between Hood River and the Dalles, our fuel increase in sales at the Dalles Airport has gone from on average since 2019, when TAC Aero first came here, we've increased the average fuel gallonage is about 65,000 more gallons a year.
And some of that's military, right? Because we have
It's military.
helicopter.
We've made it onto the Department of Defense's we are an authorized fuel station for them now. And in fact, they just called before I came over here, and they've got 3 coming in tonight on 2 different rotations.
Yeah.
So yes.
Thank you.
Okay. After legal, I would propose we take a short break, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, but we'll talk about that after Mr. Kara's presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Mays. I think it's very appropriate that I go last as far as the department heads. Because I'd like to say humbly that I play a small role in about all the projects that you heard about here tonight. And I don't do much, but I do contribute a little bit here and there. I also included in my packet sort of a 1.5 pager that pretty much is copy pasted from the budget book that sort of talks about the services that you might find me doing on any given day or that I have done over the last year. And so those are there for you to review, and I'm more than happy to discuss those. I wanted to use this opportunity just to touch base. I think the only thing that I'd like to talk about today is the transition for me and what this has meant for the city, I think, from my perspective at least, from being a consultant to being an employee over this last year. But I am not the entire legal department. We're very happy to have hired a half-time paralegal. And she has been absolutely phenomenal for the past few months, assisting me in a number of different ways and assisting nearly every other department here in the city as well. But from my perspective, again, this is something that I haven't had an opportunity to participate in any council goal setting sessions before this. And so this is my first time. So I'm very happy to be here to contribute in any way that I could. I did want to just go over some of the more general concepts associated with what exactly I do for this city every single day. And I sort of broke it down just as I've been listening to all of my colleagues talk about what they're working on during this meeting, actually. I think I broke it down into 4 separate categories of projects, and I think they're very easy to conceptualize. And so the first category of project that you might find me working on is a short-term project, a discrete assignment. Examples of that would include drafting an easement or a lease, or reviewing a contract, or legal research to support a project that staff is hoping to undertake. Those are considered, in my opinion, short-term and discrete assignments. As a consultant, I would say that took about 60 to 70% of my everyday. That would sort of be the bread and butter of what I did for this city. Would be, hey, Jonathan, we have this idea to do an easement here, please draft this, or hey, Jonathan, please review this contract. And so that's a very vital, service that needs to be performed. However, I will say that the more fun projects tend to be those that fall into the second category, which would be the longer term projects, the long range, sort of broad category of assignments. These are even those that come from me, ideas that we think as a city we should be trying to put our best foot forward on. But those take a lot more effort, and there's a lot more process. It's a process driven type of project. Those can range the gamut from code and ordinance amendments to complex legal matters that require special attention. And so I would say that as a consultant for this city for the past, year and a half, I would say only about 20% of my time was devoted to long range projects. And those wouldn't even be projects that focus on the legal side of things at all. They would be mostly a longer term staff project. I'm very happy to say that since I've, signed on full time with this city, it's probably at least doubled to about 40% of my time is now spent on more complicated matters. And the best part about that is getting me involved at sort of the ground level of an idea, as opposed to being brought in towards the tail end, which in my opinion has led to just better legal services, which means the city's interests are being met that much better. The third category of project would be some of the more routine and regular assignments and duties that you might expect a city attorney to undertake. Public records requests, coordinating the city's litigations, the city prosecutor responsibilities associated with our municipal court. And I'm very happy that the new paralegal that supports this department has really supported me in this effort. And I'm happy to say that as a consultant, again, I'm just referring back to this idea, I would say about 10% of my time was devoted to these routine assignments. And like I mentioned, I'm very happy to say that that's still about 10% of my time. And that's one way that the paralegal position has supported my office greatly, is by relieving some of the burdens associated with these more regular responsibilities and allowing me to devote my attention to the more complicated legal matters. And finally, the fourth type of project that you might find me working on I would consider those to be the surprise projects. Those are the ones that come out of nowhere with very little warning, and typically are very unforeseen. I would say more likely than not, those tend to be urgent. Otherwise, they can sort of get slotted into other types of projects. And so I would say about 10% of my time has been devoted to that as both a consultant and as an in-house counsel. And so if you've been following along and doing the math, you might have noticed that if you add up all those percentages that I mentioned, that it's not 100%, it's actually 110%. But that's exactly right, because I'd like to think that I've been giving 110% to this city every single day. I think that our police chief said it best, is that this is, there seems to be a notion here in this city that, the Dalles is maybe a small town, but as Tom said, it is growing rapidly. And the development, I'd like to imagine, has been a sight for sore eyes for a lot of people. And for some others, maybe too rapid of a development. All in all, I'm very happy to have played what I think to be a small role to support the wonderful leadership that's in this room for this city. And I'm more than happy to talk about anything else. Actually, that's not true. A lot of what I do is I'm not going to talk about publicly. But you know what I mean. Happy to talk.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for our city attorney? Okay, it is 5 after 3. You guys want to break for 5 or 10 minutes? Which? 10? Did I hear 10?
And
Okay, I've been hearing.
Sure.
It's 3:08. So how about 3:15? That's 7 minutes. Okay,
Okay.
7 minutes. 3:15, everybody. Thank you. Okay. Item C is the review of the vision action plan. I believe you're handling that, Matthew?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to mention, building on our attorney's comments, Jonathan's comments a moment ago, I was very excited to have the opportunity to join the team here at the city. I knew that we had a good group of dedicated public servants, a good leadership and management team here, and over the 6 months or so, a little less than 6 months or so that I've been here, all that's been confirmed and affirmed. So it's really a pleasure to work with such dedicated people.
That's nice to hear.
Thank you. And so for the review of the vision action plan, this will be very, very brief. It should all be quite familiar to us, so I won't belabor the point, but wanted to, again, look at those community focus areas that we heard from the constituents and through the outreach efforts that we had with our public partners. And those 5 areas were enhancing education, creating economic vitality, providing recreation and open space, strengthening and sustaining community life, improving governance and infrastructure. And 2 of the watershed projects or watershed opportunities identified in the Vision Action Plan were modern state-of-the-art school facilities, attainable, affordable housing options. Now, in those different subject areas or those focus areas, along with the watershed projects, they are not necessarily the responsibility of the city alone, nor does it necessarily mean that the city needs to engage in that particular area. Again, the effort that we had behind the Vision Action Plan was to make it a community vision action plan, working and integrating the input and efforts of our partner agencies as well. But as we go through our goal setting process and we think and talk about what policies or priorities we might have, it's important for us to keep those in mind, keep them fresh and consider them throughout our discussion. And so if there aren't any other comments on the Vision Action Plan, I would like to push us right forward to council goals.
Any questions for Matthew on the vision action plan? Okay.
And so just as a brief review in your packet, I believe it's page 71 of 73. So we are moving right along. Just a couple statements here. And I'd like to just read the vision and mission that we have. Our vision is a community that has involved citizens of all ages, strong local collaboration, green spaces, a revitalized downtown. Efficient government is a commercial hub, honors our cultural diversity as a proactive education system, compatible neighborhoods, and a far-ranging transportation system, and a comprehensive medical system. And our mission is by working together, we will provide services that enhance the vitality of downtown of the Dalles. And on the next page, you'll see that we have our 6 goals. Again, this is a graphic that comes from our performance benchmarking process that we've incorporated into our budget process the last couple of years. And of these 6 goals, the intent of this section of our session is to review each of these and one by one and affirm if it still resonates with the council or if there's any light or substantive wordsmithing that needs to be done. If there is continued discussion about a new goal that may require additional effort, that's something that we could potentially continue on a different day if we run out of time, but wanted that opportunity to review each of these 6 goals. In future goal setting sessions, this will likely be part of the quote unquote homework that we might do ahead of time to help expedite the process. But for today, I'll just go through the goals one by one. I'll read each of them and see if there are any comments or questions or other discussion by the council for input. And so the first goal that we have here is A, provide citywide infrastructure to support safe and well-maintained streets, reliable utility systems for the citizens of the Dalles. And I would turn it back to council if there's any comments or questions or a general consensus is that goal as written still resonates.
Still resonates with me.
Perfect. Goal B, work and partner with governmental agencies and nonprofits to improve coordination of services and open communication.
Okay.
Goal C, promote economic development opportunities, which will provide jobs and enhance community livability. Goal D, maintain a sustainable budget that will support city operations and capital improvements while assuring an adequate contingency fund. Goal E, encourage civic responsibility and promote health and public safety through programs, partnerships, plans, and policies. And goal F, provide transparent and efficient administration of city government. Any consideration or comment on anything that might be missing from some of these?
Everybody okay?
I was a little bit nervous that I had high hopes that would be a quick section of the agenda. And so the final item on our agenda is council discussion and exercise on priority projects or issues. And so we will pull up Trello. And this will be kind of, Mr. Mayor, I'll look to you to keep this reined in, but give and take conversation around the different council priorities that were compiled on the Trello platform. Take them one by one. We can initially drag them into, different categories. Again, critical projects, significant projects, desirable projects, or the parking lot. And once we've gone through the council priorities, we can do a brief review of the staff priorities. And then, make any subsequent movements through council discussion. Now, all of the staff priorities do not need to move over into critical projects, significant projects, or desirable project categories. Again, the staff priorities are in part a reminder of, and as you heard during a lot of the presentations, the substantial amount of work that city staff already has on their plate, frankly. And if there's a particular staff priority that the council has an opinion on, we could pull that one out. But in essence, the two columns on their left are kind of our material for this discussion. And we can pull over what we want to pull over. And at the end of this, we'll have ideally 3 or 4 columns that staff can use to prioritize our workloads, allocate staff time and resources, and incorporate into the budget process that we have coming up. And so if there are any other questions on that front, I'll just start on the council priority list right at the top, and we'll kind of go down piece by piece. But we can edit each of these cards if we need to, or if there's additional clarification needed.
I do have a couple of quick questions, very quick. Find the parking lot column.
Okay, thank you. The parking lot column is if there's something that we want to keep on the radar, but maybe it's not for discussion today, or something that we want to keep for consideration at a future goal setting session. It's simply an area we can place items so they don't get lost. Maybe we don't necessarily want to focus our time and effort on today, or drop or make a determination on what column to drop in.
I don't know that we need like a whole bunch more columns, but I definitely saw a couple of things on the council priority, for the draft of a potential council priority. Some things that occurred to me were things that might be best done by somebody else that the city or the city council could support. So maybe we can drop some of those if we get to the parking lot with understanding that if I had my way, they might not be city council or city staff priorities, but something for us to be mindful of if somebody else were to take them on.
As a potential partnership or one of our partners. Okay. And some of these other items, and again, I'll emphasize, the objective here today is not necessarily to do the staff level work associated with a project or an activity, but to help us and provide some of that guidance to staff on how to prioritize and allocate time. If there are items that may need additional discussion or additional time, that could be an opportunity for a council work session. And that's where we could, more concretely dive into a particular issue. That could be an option as well.
So is it fair to say that every one of these should fit into one of 5 buckets, if you will? Critical, significant, desirable, a parking lot, and then what Dan just brought up would be a 5th one?
I think the parking lot could also serve that role.
Okay, so
Trying to
4.
keep the number of columns limited to a certain extent.
Because that's what you did up there.
Yeah. Parking lot. Any other questions?
So you want to start at the top and just go down? Is that how?
Yeah, that's what my, if that works best for the council. I wanted to provide a structure and a tool for the council for this discussion, but at the same time, allowing your discussion to ebb and flow, I think is an important part of the process too.
Okay,
And so the first council priority that we have here, and it's in no particular order, these were just filed from the homework we did previously. And that was the subject of houselessness. And three kind of subcategories within that were active participation in strategic planning. It could be with some of our key partners, but also the mental health component and the affordable housing component.
Well, I think this is a critical issue. I'm not sure that it's something the city all by ourselves can manage or work on. Dan brought up a good point about partners, but I can't think of another. I mean, when you think about problems in the city, I can't think of one that's bigger than this. Personal opinion.
I think that under houselessness, I think really helping to participate in the plan that MCAC and the community just put together. I mean, they created that plan. So however we can assist whatever's in the plan that we can do as our piece. I would like to move affordable housing out from under there because what you're really talking about in houselessness is transitional housing. And affordable housing is more like a percentage of the median income. So that's typically also called workforce housing, which I think is really what we're all looking at to ease up the rent situation. Cost.
So you're suggesting that our project list include, when you say active participation in strategic planning, you're talking about the Mid-Columbia Community Action Strategic Plan, and that affordable housing should be something that we take out of this particular category.
Yeah. Because it's different. I mean, the 10-year plan has transitional housing in it. And that is what most people who are homeless will use because there's a voucher shortage. And so if you build like typical apartments or homes, people who are homeless are not going to necessarily have a voucher to get in to be able to pay for it. And there are people who are not homeless who are also waiting on vouchers in order to prevent them.
Any more comments about?
This one's almost so uniquely large, multifaceted, and such a huge tangle that I almost feel like we should maybe set that aside and get on to some of the other ones, just because I feel like we can get faster answers on some of these and then come back and really try and wrestle with the houses a bit.
Well, and so, you know, identifying a strategy or an objective to address that issue is also something that kind of starts to dive into the role of staff and working with our key partners and identifying what those could be and what those roles may be. What we can do with this live system that we have here is have Nubia pull the houselessness card and move it over into the critical project category, because it does seem to be of high importance, and we can always adjust that later as we go through the exercise. And so same with the subheadings there, we can essentially, one way is to leave those where they are. But that direction to staff that houselessness is one of those priorities. As a critical project, we can look at those different pieces and incorporate it. Now, affordable housing or attainable housing, we could revise that card and move it into the critical as well, if that's something that council is interested in. We could also move it into significant or as I said, kind of a temporary placeholder as we work through the list.
Well, for what it's worth, which may or may not be much, I know a number of people have been concerned about, let's call it starter housing, attainable housing, not as a homelessness, not as related to homelessness, but it's related to just people having difficulty finding a place to live. Therefore, maybe not coming to the community or not taking a job, or younger folks unable to buy a home here, or I guess anybody. So I feel like there's maybe a little overlap, but it's kind of a separate issue. And it's certainly something that we ought to have a community conversation about, that maybe a little bit more engaged, and the city ought to play a role in, either it's organizing or participating. I'm not sure which. I know there are other folks that know a lot more about that, and that would be important, in my opinion, significant or critical. maybe not led by the city. Those are my thoughts on that. So I would support Darcy's idea that we maybe rename that a little bit and pull it out as a separate card.
And so what I'm hearing counselors, if I can ask Nubia to edit the affordable housing card and add maybe / attainable housing / transitional housing and pull that into a critical category for now.
Or just housing, yeah, I don't care. Yeah,
Housing.
Housing,
Weren't you implying that transitional housing should be a homeless issue? I thought I
Yeah,
heard you.
that is, but I would say for simplicity, under houselessness, just moving the active participation, strategic planning over and make that the one thing right now so that we stay at the 6,000 foot level. And you can even edit it, just to be clear, I'm talking about the plan the community already developed and us to go back to that and figure out how we as a city can join in on that. I'm not saying we should start our own thing.
Effort, yeah.
Yeah.
so if we can pull the housing card into critical projects. And then if we can move active participation in strategic planning as a sub under houselessness.
Also, we mentioned Mid-Columbia Community Action as part of that.
Certainly we can add it to the card. I've written it down in my notes though. CAC.
Well, I'd say it's implementation. I mean, it could be planning to do what needs to be implemented because they only have broad concepts. It's not a specific like to-do list. And I don't know what the other community partners want to work on first. So,
let staff dig into that a little bit and come back. Just mention this is missing.
Your Mace.
Yeah, sorry about that, but yeah.
I've been through 2 administrations for city managers and I've asked this questions twice before and I'm going to ask a question again. Does the city of the Dalles have a responsibility to help fund efforts to reduce homelessness? In the past, that answer is no. Now, things have changed since the pandemic, and it's become more critical. So I ask that question again. Do we have a responsibility? And if we do, then to what extent? And that's the big question that we're working out right now is how are we going to do it? How are we going to take steps to reduce this crisis in our community? So I pose that question again.
Well, and one response I would have is that the city for many years now has been involved in supporting efforts and supporting partners to address that issue. So there is some degree of role.
Some
to play.
degree, I would agree.
And so even with the presentation we had from Mr. Chandler about the CDBG programs that we've had the CDBG partnership with Mid-Columbia Housing for a very long time. And so there is partnership and effort in that area, oftentimes with an agency or with partners that have that expertise, that is wholly within their mission and scope. And bringing those skills and those experts to that issue is oftentimes one of the best avenues to take.
And I'm very aware of that, but the end of the question was, if so, what extent? So what we have to do is establish how far and to what degree the city is willing to take this issue on and assume as much responsibility as we deemed appropriate.
And that's a very far-reaching decision because those are difficult programs to spin up and they are long-term programs. It's not my impression that we would spin up a program just for a year, for example. As we start to get involved with that, similar to the CDBG program, they've been running for a very long time. That partnership exists and that support is sorely needed. And it's going to take a lot of effort and will be a very long-term decision.
So my question is, the consensus that I'm hearing is that we do have a certain amount of responsibility to address this, or at least look at this in the future budgets, and perhaps looking at enterprise zone money or other resources that we could bring to bear to help either the city or other agencies and support their efforts.
Counselor Long?
So I just want to go back to the fact that we're just setting priorities today and we're at the 6,000 foot level. So the question is homelessness a priority or houselessness? Yes or no? Not what are we going to do about it or how much money are we going to put toward it or whatever.
I will
So
agree with that.
it's just,
Do we want staff to spend time on it? That's the question, right? It's not.
no, it's what are the
Yeah, it's
priorities
the
for,
priority. What is the priority for our staff? Right?
that
We-
gets decided later after we do a work session, decide what we're going to do.
Right, that's what we're doing right now.
No, he's trying to go down.
I'm
at
saying that's what
different
we're doing
levels.
right now.
No,
That's
no,
what we're
I'm-
supposed to be doing right now.
No, I'm asking the broad question, do we even move down this path? In the past, we've said no, that we do not, we've done marginally how we've helped, but I'm not looking at the details right now. I just want, are we going to move down this? Is it a priority enough? And it's critical enough that we help address this financially and with resources from the city? That's my question, not the details.
Well, two of us have said, yeah, let's look at it. What do you think? I mean, the answer is, where do you want it on that list?
I believe that we have an obligation to do what we can to assist. I'm not saying develop all kinds of resources and we have to debate the amount. But what we need to do is try to do the best we can to address this growing crisis.
And so what I would say and what I'm hearing is that houselessness or housing as a critical project or as a critical area for the city council. What I'll do with that is allocate time to develop what potential options there may be, potential programs, potential funding sources. That's that staff level type of work to bring back to the council for consideration or in general through a budget process.
I agree with that.
So maybe the word after houselessness is assist.
We could certainly amend it that way.
All right.
And housing shouldn't be a card anymore. It needs to be whatever you call it. The category.
Yeah, we'll have to amend that card system so it's not underneath houselessness. I don't know if we can do it on the fly at this moment.
Well, I just want to point out that every city in Oregon, well, actually throughout the West and throughout the country, many cities are faced with this. And oftentimes, and we're no exception, the city steps in when there's a gap. When there's something that needs to be done that nobody else is either doing or nobody else is equipped to do. And I see that's just an observation on my part. Okay, what about mental health? We didn't really talk about that.
It's bound up with houselessness somewhere.
Well, and again, I will say we don't, as I mentioned previously, we don't necessarily have to move every card over. Mental health may be an issue or a priority for our community, but we do have some key partners that focus in that area. And as Councilor Richardson just mentioned, it's overlaps with a lot of different items.
I'd like to ask the chief a question. Would you say that, we talked a lot about fentanyl. Would you say that the fentanyl issue that you're faced with on the local level, the homelessness issue that you're faced with on the local level, you've played a key part in that as well? And mental health are intertwined, intimately put together, that it's almost like a triangle.
Yeah, I'd say that you're hitting the nail on the head with that in that, two of the primary drivers around homelessness are going to be mental health issues and then drug abuse, drug and alcohol abuse too. So yeah, two of the most common proximate causes of homelessness in the Dalles are those.
But in our community, we need both of those for people who are not homeless as well as people who are homeless. I just don't know that it's the city's job.
And that's what we're trying to establish is mental health has been traditionally with other agencies and we've supported their efforts. And I think that it's a large issue to address under city. And what we're looking at is looking at what we can do to help other agencies either find the funding, or it's sometimes dependent on funding, but other times it's just on other resources. It could be. I think that mental health for the city would be too large of something to address without without having a lot of discussions around that item. Mental health, it's big.
I have a question for you, and I guess for all of us. How would you feel about putting mental health under the parking lot with a note that the mayor and city manager and myself take it to the community outreach team and lobby and encourage them to take that on, to approach the state and the feds as appropriate. Essentially to put it on their radar and say, hey, look, this is something that the community needs to be engaged with directly, but not the city as such.
There are individuals within our community that are completely not capable of functioning because of either their health or mental health, drug addiction, and a combination of. Those people are seriously in need of help. And we've not been able to address that with our hospitalization or our mental health hospital. That potentially could be addressed by expanding the bed structure with our hospital out that's being projected. That's a potential that resolution, because when we had Pendleton area, when people suffered from mental health issues, we were able to find some housing for them and get them some relief and get them some help. Guess what? Right now, when we send someone to Unity or other, most of the time they're rejected because of lack of bed and bed space. So they send them back and they just continue walking the streets. How humane is that? And what are we doing? So there's a small portion. We really need to address that, and it's not on the city level. It's on the state and federal level.
That's what I was just saying. What if we take that to the state and the
I think it
feds?
should be part of our outreach program in the future. That should be one of the essential items that appears on that.
And so if I may, again, the how is part of the conversation that would come subsequently from this. And what I'm hearing is that we could amend the mental health card to support and engage partners who have a focus on mental health. And we would drag that card into one of the different columns that we've had, either critical or significant
I agree.
or other.
Yes. I agree with that.
I like the community outreach team idea too.
Right. But that would be execution.
Right. Okay,
So if we can amend the mental health card, then we can finalize it later, but we can amend the mental health card to say support state or support local partners and engage state contacts regarding mental health challenges.
okay. That sound all right?
Does the council want it in critical or significant?
I didn't get that.
Does the council want this card in critical or significant? And we can always move it later.
I want it in the parking lot. I want to take it off the city's plate and just give it to homework for those of us who are on the COT.
I agree with that.
Parking lot?
It's not that it's not important, but we're talking specifically about city priorities,
Right.
but we can get traction on it.
So again, this list comes from the feedback we had from council. And so one of the categories was the vision action plan and implementation. So there may need to be some expansion on where that comes from. Again, if there's not something there that we can pull into a particular category, we can keep moving down the list.
All of the affordable housing technically goes under that because it's one of the watershed opportunities.
Yeah.
Sounds like a public works project. I don't know that I have opinions on every single one of these, but I have opinions on a lot. I'm wondering if vision action is really something that we can even put on the priorities list, and that it's kind of a misnomer. It's not a plan. Right? It's really like taking the temperature of the community and getting thoughts on what the community thinks is worth addressing. And there's several things in there that are already in our plan or could be. It's more like a guidance and advice and thought-provoking document.
It's more of a tool.
So maybe the subcategory of implementation could be put over like the desirable.
I mean, there are some really critical things on there, really important, not critical, meaningful and important to the community. But it itself is not something that I think we prioritize as a separate to do.
So I'm the one that wrote that, so I say delete that and we'll just put the individual priorities out of the plan. I was just trying because I didn't know how this was gonna go. So I was just trying to say that we should look in here to decide on our priorities, but I think we all got that. So maybe I delete the vision action plan and the implementation part that's under it.
But yeah, hit archive. The next one that we have is street spending, philosophy and policies. And again, not a discussion about those right now, but is that something we may want to have a discussion on or may want to allocate staff time and effort on in the coming year?
I'm satisfied with the plan that we have in place and the implementation with resources that are available. We've done remarkable job with that, in my opinion.
Matthew, is this specifically Dave's suggestion that we have a subcommittee or a committee or a group of people that are looking at it that he brought out in the budget process earlier this year? Is that the same idea?
Well, I was at the tail end of the budget process earlier this year.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you had previous discussions on that, but in my time here, and I can let Dave answer this question, but in my time here, I mean, there's been at times various conversations on potential different funding sources to maintain our streets. But Dave, do you have a comment?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, I think if the council were interested in spending time on this, and I'm not saying these would be the questions that find its way into this document, just whether we go that direction. I think that there could be some time spent developing a philosophy to give to staff to use in a budget process, such as, do we want to provide funding that just maintains the current level of our streets? Or do we want to just do the amount of maintenance we can with the street funds and no outside, contribution from general? Or do we want to, over time, try to improve the condition of the streets, say 1 point or 2 points per year? I think that those are the types of things that could be discussed if it were decided today that it's worth spending some time on. I mean, does that make sense?
Well, the key part of all this is how much are we going to ask the general fund to subsidize and as long as I've been around, we've always done that, right? To the tune of several $100,000 a year.
Yeah, it's a fairly, in my time here, it's a fairly recent addition. I want to say it was probably 5 or 6 or 7 years ago that there was the initial $100,000 contribution. That has stayed there for a couple of years. This year it's 450. So, and if you go back far enough in time to the 80s and 90s, part of the transient room tax went to street maintenance prior to its allocation for tourism. That's the difficulties of having been here that long.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Yeah.
question for Mr. Anderson. Dave, can you remind me, it's been a long day. How much money would the city need to allocate in the budget to maintain the current level of our streets?
This year we did it at $450,000 from the general fund. That number will increase over time because we had reduced expenditures during COVID and we're spending a little bit of the backlog, the funds that we accumulated through that couple of years that we did reduced work.
Am I,
Go ahead.
am I mistaken? I could have sworn I remembered the number being $1 million a year to prevent us from declining our street quality.
That's closer to the number we need to spend.
Yeah.
But we have our other funding sources right now. This year, for example, general fund is part of that funding package to the tune of 450 for us to be able to spend the 1.4 to hold steady.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'm satisfied that the several $100,000 that the general fund puts towards streets is a demonstration of this council's and the budget committee's priority. I mean, that's a significant amount of money. And as you just said, if I read you right, is that that's more money than we've ever given before. Yeah. So,
But the numbers are big enough that it's. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, and the numbers are large enough that it would be really helpful to have a philosophy. That's maybe a little more holistic, something that's risen not just from professional judgment, but from sort of policy conversation. And I don't want to do it, but perhaps. I think we ought to at least put it on the list that says, yeah, resources and time, and maybe homework for a couple of counselors to help with. That would be a desirable or significant thing to do.
That's that, if I may, that's kind of just in the tone and discussion on this topic, it sounds like it's more in the desirable or significant category. Again, as staff time allows and the projects that we have allow, we can spend time and energy associated with those facilitating such a discussion. I know Mr. Anderson has done quite a significant amount of work already, identifying different funding sources in different other ways. But what I'm hearing is council supportive of continuing to have the general fund support the street fund, as we've kind of been talking about. And there may be changes or conversation around how the street fund is supported on a variety of different areas, but it's not something that we would be, prioritizing out of the gate next year and, allocating significant hours a week, for example, to facilitating that, but should be on the radar.
so significant. Well,
I'm just gonna say, I mean, it says philosophy and policies, and I'm satisfied with how it is, so for me, I wouldn't choose to make it any kind of priority for this year, because I don't feel like we need a new policy. We do well with the department who knows what they're doing to tell us what they want to do.
well, and how much does affordability determine our policy? I mean, we put 450,000 in because we could afford to do it. Next year, we might be able to afford to do more. So that makes our policy, let's do a little more,
And then what
Yeah.
the general objective is, if we're trying to maintain our pavement management index at its current status, or if we're trying to raise it, or what that may be, and that would be a recommendation from our public works director and, general council policy. And so again, if it's not a critical concern or significant concern for next year, it may be something that we put in the desirable category. If there's confidence in the current policy and manner in which we've been doing things, we can maintain that. But keeping an eye towards every year, it does creep up.
Yeah, and I guess I would just add that, what we brought to the budget committee and the council the last 2 years reflected, what we thought we made sense and what we thought we could do. But it was done as, here's a way that we think makes sense. What do you think? Rather than being developed under the guidance of a policy from the council. And, we can continue to do that. And it'll work as long as it works until the council and the budget committee are not happy with what we're bringing forward.
Can we at least put it under desirable? I mean, I think it's desirable to have a policy that we've reflected on as a group. Maybe not in, this year necessarily, but I take Dave's point. It's a lot of money. We should be thoughtful about it. Do it on purpose.
Were you gonna say something, Tim?
Desirable.
Yep. Okay, everybody okay with desirable?
I can live with that.
Do
The
you-
next item we have is downtown parking. Just my 2 cents is I believe we've heard this at times from different business owners and property owners downtown. There's some very interesting and very diverse opinions on parking in the downtown area. I think one of the discussion points has been we do have an exempt downtown parking zone that was created quite a while ago
Boy, in the eighties.
in coordination with the development of the First Street parking lots. And so if the council feels that this is an item that is of concern, we could do a capacity review with one of those suggestions and assess that exempt zone. Again, it's helpful to know if it's of critical importance to the council, significant importance, or, as we can. Again, kind of using those 3 categories.
I'm not sure where this came from, but I, for one, don't feel we have a significant parking problem. You go down there and you look at the lots along First Street, they're at least half empty. If we have a parking problem in the street, I would suggest it's because employees of the businesses are parking there. Personal opinion.
I don't think we have a problem because most of the time you can park within 3 spots of where you're wanting to park. But we certainly have a perspective question. I do feel like I've run into a number of people that say, oh, we shouldn't be doing X, or we couldn't countenance this project because what would you do about parking? Like, as if you had to park half a block away would be an issue. And I think that's come up a little bit with a large proposed downtown project right now. So I do think.
Well, that's a good point too. I think that I happen to think that we don't have a problem now, but that doesn't include the impact of parking for the Tony's building, and if Mary Hanlon's project gets off the ground. So, that might be something we want to readdress if and when those projects ever take place.
I'd like to see a return to parking meters in the downtown. I'm just kidding.
No,
Just kidding.
Is that why your alarm just went off?
Try driving to Hood River and stumbling for change at whatever the rate is. So no, I think it's a low priority in my book. I think employees are taking it should be self-regulated by downtown Mainstream and those agencies to control the parking issue.
That'll never happen.
That's my take.
And so what I'm hearing in summary is that this is maybe something to have on the radar, but is more under the desirable category than of critical or significant importance next year.
Yes. We'll put on, desirable, yeah.
We'll leave capacity review where it is, because that's just kind of a note. The next one we have is downtown odor. I don't know if that was somewhat answered during the staff presentations earlier today.
I think it was. If I could real quick, I mean, there are other elements to that, others downtown too. Besides the project. We can keep an eye out for the opportunities to engage other partners as well.
At times we've had the cherry production and when it gets out of control, we'll tribute to that odor on both sides of town. So as long as we work with those companies to maintain their process, I think we've done everything we can, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sorry.
So I would propose putting it under significant projects, and because when we go to do actual funding allocations, we might need to be reminded that we want to give Public Works the money specifically for that, because it's going to help with the odor problem that we think is significant.
It has been from time to time a significant issue. I would agree that it should be under significant.
If I may ask, the wastewater treatment plant project what was the timing on that again, or anticipated timing?
Probably 2 years anyway, away from it. Not from implementing anything. We're in that phase or that stage of building funds for the next round of projects. So at least 2 years.
And so due to that, I might suggest the parking lot with that note. Considering we'll do goal setting again next year.
Is there nothing else we could do about the downtown odor? Because I think the public thinks it's a significant problem, and so I think it should be on our list of priorities, because we don't know yet what we're gonna do for any of these. We can just research and see if there's.
You're absolutely correct. If it was,
Then it didn't take.
no, that's a good point. I mean, if you wanted to have it, council wanted it moved to significant, as you suggested, staff would hear that direction and would allocate time to evaluate some of those options, wastewater treatment plant being one of them. What
Well-
else we could dive into?
And I guess the timing's actually fairly good to do something sooner, just because we're going to be bringing the issue before the council fairly soon about renewal of the operations contract and some of the things that OMI is offering to do for the city as part of that new contract. So we'll relate to this.
Are the complaints about odor coming from the cherries or from our treatment plant? Or both?
I mean, I think jokingly, yes.
People don't know what it is. It smells bad.
Well, the Thai plant's not really a downtown.
So what I'm hearing though is that this item would be insignificant.
Okay,
Q-Life City downtown Wi-Fi. In essence, I can touch on that one to a certain extent, being the administrator for Q-Life and now city manager for the city. I mean, that would be a priority of mine and something that our economic development officer would work on. And I'd like to see that in the upcoming year. I don't think it's critical. I mean, it's been effectively broken to a certain extent for many years, but it's something that I would like to see addressed and placed in the significant category, if I may be so bold.
it's pretty bold.
I know.
I agree. Thank you.
Everybody okay with that? Significant?
Yep.
The next one we have is Spectrum franchise agreement.
I brought that up. And I'd like to address that. It's not a huge thing, but do we have a responsibility to be in the best interest of our citizens when there are times when the internet is not up to levels? It has internet unstable messages as well as slow speeds. And I think sometimes companies will overpopulate. And I'm not suggesting they're doing this, but have we looked at the franchise agreement for Spectrum in how many years?
So it's very timely that you bring that up. I was reviewing the Spectrum franchise agreement not too long ago, and it's prompted some additional work with staff to identify contracts of various natures such as these. The Spectrum franchise agreement expires in 2025. If you give them notice that you intend to negotiate that franchise agreement in 2023, AKA next year, April of 2023.
What do you mean by
If we-
negotiate? You mean like renegotiate?
Right.
Yeah.
To re-enter the franchise agreement.
Right.
If we don't give them notice in April 2023, it extends the full length of the contract, which is 2030. And so it was my intention to give them notice next year.
I think we need a good review of that and what local service they should be providing as part of their. You can't even return equipment in the Dallas at the UPS store. You have to go to Hood River. Did that yesterday. Return equipment. And we are much larger market than Hood River, but yet we have no. We have no store, we have no drop now as of a week ago. There's things we do need to look at. If there's a timeline for that review to be given to them, we need to at least do that and then decide what needs to be reviewed and changed and so forth and what they should provide.
Tim, didn't you also suggest that we ask a representative from Spectrum to attend a city council meeting and have them give a presentation, what they're doing? I mean, I've never heard from them.
Like what we've done with the treatment facility. I think that any franchise should be coming to the city council to give update reports on when did they last install new equipment. And I would like to know, with the data, I'd like them to be able to support whether or not they're not overcharging, they're overloading the facility. And a company in pursuit of profit may do that. So what we have to do is just a check and balance, just make sure there's not. I'm not suggesting they're doing that, but so yes, I think it would be good to contact Spectrum and have some type of a report.
And so that's staff work I can certainly take forward in my interactions with Spectrum. Two points that come to mind is that there are a number of internet service providers in the city of the Dalles, and I would be reluctant to call out one in particular. And so,
But they're not franchisee. And if I'm not mistaken,
with other ISP providers,
Yes.
if they're operating within our right of way,
right of way, but do we have a franchise agreement for usage of I don't know. I don't know the answer to that
I
question.
think any entity that has a franchise agreement has a responsibility to give us some kind of localized annual report.
and that's kind of the point I'm getting at, is that if we're
Yes.
going to do this with Spectrum, we may want to do it with all the others. And then the second comment I have is some of these difficulties or challenges our constituents may have with an ISP provider with speeds and service level and whatnot is in large part why the city is involved with QLife and providing that carrier neutral broadband facility to help support and ensure our constituents get the service that they need.
Counselor Long.
I think we need to move it under critical projects because the deadline is April of 2023.
Agreed.
So what about the idea of, I mean, this isn't really going to our big master plan, but the staff is asking, are you going to ask Spectrum to come and visit, or are you suggesting that we'd have to invite all the other internet service providers?
I guess what comes to mind initially right now is that in renegotiating the franchise agreement, we can make our annual report to council part of that requirement.
Yeah.
And as other franchise come up for renegotiation, we could do likewise.
Yeah, two different issues.
My
Franchise
response,
agreements are one side.
you're amazed. My response is that we are seeking improvements in the current system and making sure that we provide our overview of that.
Yeah, just a quick question while I'm thinking of it. When we did that big study on the underground utilities, there was a couple of the service providers that didn't even respond. Was Spectrum one of them?
Charters.
Sure.
I believe so.
Okay, that's something we might want to,
Thank you.
yeah. That's something we might want to take up at the appropriate time.
Okay.
The next item we have on our list is the Getchell Building, Waldron Drug Building. We received some direction from council earlier this year, as you all know. Again, you know, for example, allocating the time and resources of the new facilities manager, you know, prioritizing city facilities such as City Hall and the library, for example, maybe above the Waldron Drug Building. And so depending on where the Getchell Waldron Drug Building lands may affect, you know, how we allocate that person's time, for example.
Does the length of time we've been,
I would say desirable, no parking lot would be just fine with me. It's not going anywhere.
well, you already have direction, what, right? I mean, you're working on it. It's,
My opinion would be to put it in desirable, that it's something that we'll allocate time and move forward on, but we're not going to sacrifice, you know, other projects and efforts on it.
Desirable.
Moderately desirable.
All right.
the council did pass unanimously. Okay, desirable. Is that okay with everybody?
Next one we have is a somewhat a broad category, law and order. Underneath that was accountability, community. But actually might be more actionable items might be shopping cart theft, centralized camera system, and 911 modernization.
Sorry, what's a centralized camera system? What is the idea there?
That was me.
Uh-huh.
Right now, we have spots of cameras isolated in different areas. And they
I mean,
don't,
like private buildings.
oh, okay, Parks and Rec,
Uh-huh.
skate park has a camera. It's not operational. You have 2 cameras at Kelly Avenue Viewpoint.
Uh-huh.
And that monitors a lot of the vandalism and the traffic that's happening up there. That's not reported anywhere centralized, nor is it recorded. And in my opinion, somehow we have to coordinate all of the different digital systems, cameras, so that we can, number one, it would help persuade people not to violate the law. And number two, if they do, then we have a way of tracking down culprits. Would you agree with that?
Yes, of course, and we did speak about this in the past, and in our recent 911 budget planning meeting, I brought forth that subject as well. And the 911 center through county IT is willing to coordinate at least passive monitoring of most of those cameras that you brought forward. And that's actually occurring. They're in the process of mounting the televisions and standing up a computer to monitor those cameras and then get access to them. They're almost all IP-based cameras, so
Right.
they can be viewed from anybody that has permission, and that's moving forward.
Okay. And then the other portion of that, I did do a walkthrough with our chief and at 911, and the system is old. How many years old would you say the software?
Well, I can tell you that that CAD system that they run up there I'll tell you the exact date on the software, but it's quite dated and antiquated. Yeah, so 2013, it looks like is the last time that it was licensed out. So patching and update since then has been spotty at best, and support is almost non-existent.
And modernization of software provides additional data storage, data retrieval, operational, which would improve operations if we were to support that. But we have to put it on a priority goal for the future, because it's been, how many years ago was it updated?
And those things are well in arrears since any updates. And you can tell just by, if you look back at my presentation, the Justice RMS as well as the EIS CAD, quite antiquated. Those are what we call core systems for law enforcement. And that's how we would derive or obtain any data to help us enable, data-led policing or intelligence policing. Those are also very large initiatives. There is work going on now with the Sheriff's Department to work towards an RFP to replace those systems. And the trick there is going to be having city leadership and county leadership working, as well as the fire department, working in partnership to align that procurement, implementation, training, stand-up of a new system with our budget cycle, right? There's going to be an investment in software. And so it's being worked on now. It is critical for us because those systems could go down. And if they go down, we're basically back to pen and paper. That would not be an acceptable position.
And that's my purpose of bringing this issue up. Oh, Mayor Mays, that's my purpose of bringing this issue up. So that we can look at this and not let it fall off the chart for moving forward.
Council Long.
I have a question for the chief.
Sure.
So is part of this, the switch of the radios from analog to digital? Or is it separate?
Nothing that we've spoken about here just now was about radios. That was about software that runs the 911 center,
Mhm.
as well as our mobile computers in the cars, and then our records management system, which is how we write our police reports and account for our activities.
So I was just wondering if that falls under 911 modernization, or if that, because I know you've talked a lot about upgrading the radios, like if you had to choose upgrading the radios or upgrading software at 911, if you could only do one this year, what would that be?
Software. No question asked. It would be this, that's our most vulnerable, least resilient position right now is our software that we use.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Council Runyon.
the cameras at Kelly Viewpoint are specifically in my wheelhouse with Veterans Committee and whatnot. But it's a partnership effort there with Parks and Rec as well as the city and so forth. So I think there's a real opportunity to bring those groups together to finance, solve, find grants between the three to get that done.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that any effort in regards to that initiative should really be incrementalized in that we should first stand up the infrastructure to actually do that, and then do an inventory of what's already available, because we do have a lot of cameras in this town, and the city's made investments in cameras for our facilities and other places around town. And then if there are places that are causing us continual problems, or maybe a mobile camera that could be moved around to particular problem locations. So first of all, we'll build the foundation and then fill it out later.
that's one of the issues we brought up the Veterans Committee is getting other entities that are working on the same problem unbeknownst to the other group, that we somehow get them together. Cameras that don't record are useless unless you have to be watching it at that second. So we need to upgrade, and programming is a huge part of that. As Ben said,
Sir, I don't want anybody to have the misconception that that would be an easy project. It's not. All of those cameras are with different vendors. They run in different format, different software, different codec to even read the camera stream. And so it's quite complicated. And I think step one would be get it in a place where law enforcement or public safety can view that even passively most of the time. And then work towards a, maybe a local recording solution at the dispatch center. But it is quite a large project and it is quite complex.
it has to start with law enforcement
I would
to
think
meet your needs.
So,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm gonna think out loud here for a second, so bear with me, but it's the problem patchwork of cameras that exist and kind of don't function, or is the problem specific areas that are having, bad actors, Kelly Viewpoint, for instance? And if that's a problem, which I've seen, and it occurred to me at the time, like, what we need is not, I guess I'm skeptical that cameras themselves will do much. And I wonder if what we're really talking about is a couple of hours of special enforcement to really go up there and tow cars and issue citations and kind of kick ass on a problem that's right here at hand. And if that's it, then maybe what we want to prioritize is a problem area and let the staff come up with how to address it.
Yeah, I think it might be both. We've had success. The other day I was sitting at my desk looking at the camera at Lewis and Clark Park and observed open air drug activity.
Yeah.
So we sent somebody down there, handled it, and for that moment, at least we improved the environment at the park. So it is a complex problem. There's a lot to be considered, but also I think capitalizing on the infrastructure and the technology that's already in place and centralizing that to a place where we have a chance of observing what's going on probably makes really good sense.
Maybe we concentrate on cameras that are focused on public areas. I mean, I would think there's probably cameras out there that we have no idea who owns them. Do we have people put cameras on public property? Like telephone poles, or
I've got one aimed at your place. Make sure you're.
that's private property?
Mayor Mays, but not for the purpose of surveillance, but it's not to keep an eye on people. However, it is to ensure that if something happens, we have protection. And also you can go back because I can cite times that following up on a criminal activity when you've had the door ring on people's homes that have also brought some of that documentation, the video footage has helped bring criminals to court and to be held accountable. Without it, and there are many places that we have, it just needs to have an emphasis put back and look at that as one of the goals, in my opinion. So I see it as critical.
Oh, Councilor Long.
So since we're deciding council priorities, I don't feel like this is a council priority, and I can just see the headlines now that the council priority is a centralized camera system. If the chief, if his department wants to work on that, because it sounds like if you work with the people who have the cameras, we're not buying cameras or whatever, then he can do that. But I don't want to direct him to make that a priority over anything else on this list.
My only concern is the priority of 911 modernization. That's critical.
Yeah, I would put that under critical.
All right. And then the camera surveillance, not surveillance, but monitoring of the city. Desirable, yeah.
So if we can move 911 modernization to critical, centralized camera system, move on to desirable, or even the parking lot as it involves a significant number of other partners. And it sounds like there's conversation occurring already.
I think so.
I prefer parking lot.
Yeah, parking lot would be fine with me.
Okay. And of course, the 911, that's really the county's
So we partner with the county and we're a large partner in that because of the funding, the way it's funded. And in terms of 911 modernization, maybe add a note in the details that's really comes down to CAT and RMS. They do have other tools that they use in there that really aren't my priority or desire to actually work on. And it's really not our responsibility either, since they do run that center. But our collaboration and cooperation with the county in terms of those two core systems is critical.
It's interesting that we don't have more funding directed towards that, which is a county operation, I understand, but the majority of calls are city of the Dalles.
We buy a service from them, a dispatching service.
Pay for those.
We pay back the most for that. And yet it's overseen by others. And so it's important that we make sure that those partnerships are sound and that our voice is heard in that. Because if it were to go in a direction that I couldn't support, then we have to have those conversations early.
Okay, any other comments on those two items? I think the camera system and 911. What about the other two on their law and order?
If I may, accountability, community, I think that is one we'll leave where it is. If my suggestion, unless there's additional context there. For shopping cart theft, my suggestion would be to move that under desirable. I have engaged with some of our local grocery stores. We'll be having a conversation with them to brainstorm collectively different ways that could be addressed. It's not a unique problem to the Dalles. It's been encountered elsewhere. Again, it's something to have on the radar, but I want to work on it as able.
Do we know what our supermarkets think about this issue?
That's the intent of the meeting,
Oh, so we don't know.
not yet. If I may, kind of associated with the next category, high school has kind of been these three large community projects that aren't necessarily the responsibility of the city, but our area partners are worked on and they may occur within the city. So high school, hospital, and sports complex all have kind of been part of the conversation of large community watershed projects that again, is not being necessarily spearheaded by the city, but has the potential to substantially impact our community. And so I might suggest kind of tackling all three of those under this high school category. I'll throw that out there.
Well, the suggestion here is to encourage our school district to refurbish the current site as opposed to building a new high school. Is that what I'm
I think that was the
interpreting?
comment that we received. Again, the city's role in that, and in particular when D21 has quite a large community led group. I think 60 individuals was the last that I heard. Part of that group's charter is to have those kind of conversations and make those recommendations as to how they may want to see a new high school redeveloped or a new high school built.
I was gonna make that observation as well, and I think, I think the new high school is about the most important thing in our community, in my opinion, but with regard to encouraging D21 where to put it or how to design it, I don't want city staff engaged in that particularly. I think if there's somebody that's got strong views on this, they should engage with D21 and go to the design committee. And we should let city staff, we're talking about city staff priorities. We should let them off the hook and let the people that are dealing with it deal with it.
Well, on December the 6th, that 60-member committee of which I am a member is meeting to decide where the school district's going to go from here. That was the subject of the recent briefing sessions I had with each of the council. So we'll know more about their intentions, at least, right after that meeting. And I think, as I told you all, I think it's going to be a very expensive thing. And I think there's going to be some real debates as to whether or not they really want to go through with this project in light of a cost. So,
Mayor Mays.
yes, Councilor.
I think that we should be engaged and supportive, but not lead on any of these items because they're out of our wheelhouse. And that's my opinion.
By those items, do you mean the hospital's proposal, the sport
Hospitals.
complex and new high school?
I think we should be engaged.
Listed as
and-
supported and engaged of those three projects and put it in a particular category.
Well, I know that we have consensus on that anyway.
Oh, I'm just talking.
So, I don't support all three of those projects. As far as a list of council priorities, I don't feel like it needs to be anywhere up there, just for the cleanliness of it, because we already support, whatever it is, it's one of our leading things that we support our community members, so regardless of what they come up with, we're gonna decide about being supportive, and it's not like if it's not up there, to me, this is what we're gonna drive and what we're gonna push forward. And I don't see that being specifically on our priorities list.
Well, not now, but I think in all three of these projects, the hospital, the high school, the sports complex, I'm not so, probably not, yeah, I think that the city can look forward to representatives from those three agencies coming to the city and asking for not only support, but financial support. So,
Right,
yeah,
but I mean, that happens with lots of different things.
Right.
It's not a priority that we're gonna drive.
right. I just want to warn people.
I agree with you, Counselor Long, and I would be happy to countenance a letter, that might be something appropriate for the council to consider, or the mayor,
A letter.
a letter of support to a particular plan or something along those lines, but we don't have that particular plan yet,
Right.
and we're not gonna drive the timing of it. So I would say, yeah, this
I
is
think if-
important, but it's not a council priority.
If the high school advances beyond the December 6th meeting and they come up with a plan, I would expect them to come to the city council and ask the city council to pass a resolution of support, not just a letter. In which case the city council can then decide at that point whether they want to do that or not.
Mayor Mays, I suggest that we, I agree with what you're stating, that this is not a priority to me, but we still should be supportive and adapt in the future if things should change. So that's I would put it in the parking lot unless, is it a desirable or is it a parking lot item? I don't know. It's not a high priority.
I would leave it off as Counselor Long suggested. I don't think it's our area. It'll come to us eventually as those groups get together. It's not ours.
I would agree with that.
Okay, leave it off.
Okay.
I'm
Keeping
ready.
an eye on time, I'm gonna keep pushing us forward if I may. The next item we have here is Google funds or, enterprise zone or SIP funds that come in. And I think the main discussion there is a process of allocation. Seems to be what is most of interest, but I defer to council.
Well, of course, we're gonna do that. Doesn't even need to be a priority. Like the money's coming in.
Well, yes, granted. However, how we allocate those rather than just saying, hey, it's found money and what a happy day, I think is useful. I think we ought to. I put that on there. I think it's critical that we think about how we allocate money, serious amounts of money, which are above and beyond sort of what we're bringing in now. And I think we would do ourselves a real service by spending some time thinking about that.
Mayor Mays?
Yeah, Council.
I'm only going to offer two suggestions is if you haven't gone out to the Inlu property out by the dam, it's inhumane what I observe out there, and we should not, I don't know what we can do, but I think we overlook it at times. And it's a large problem, but that's something, and also should the taxpayer get a reduction in property taxes
There you go.
as part of anything that we do, any significant amount to reduce property taxes to show that they're also a partner of ours. I'm just saying that that should be something that we should consider when making those. And beyond that, we don't want to go into details tonight, but it's something that we are going to move forward is how are we going to spend these money? Let's make it as fair and equitable as we possibly can and emphasize maybe some underserved population, which would be the Native American population. So that's my only comment on that.
I guess I'm not arguing that point at all, Tim. Just to be clear, I guess in my mind, the question is, should we have a separate conversation or process or work session regarding the Google funds allocation and then get into there as opposed to just sort of absorbing it and frittering it away on many good things, but
I
not
only
in a
wanted to
purposeful
bring,
way.
I only wanted to highlight this as we go down that path. It's not for today's discussion, but it would be, I just wanted to emphasize it today, just so we're all on the same page. That's what I believe and feel.
I would put that under critical. Google funds allocation.
I know.
Yeah, I agree. It's critical. I just don't know if it's parking lot critical or critical.
No.
I mean, it's a critical issue. We have
Well,
to,
I mean,
you
I
know,
see it because of what Counselor Richardson said, that he wanted a specific process, and I think that's good to put on our priorities, that we are going to do a specific process.
Well,
We just don't know what that is yet, because we're at 6,000 feet, not crop duster.
And so what I would do and have staff do with a Google Fund allocation process was listed as critical is spend time and effort having that discussion on what that process could look like, or
Mhm.
what potential priority areas to allocate those funds may be. Developing a philosophy on those funds that, for example, they're not for recurring expenditures or for capital projects, for example. That's conversation that staff can have and bring back to council to help facilitate that discussion. And so by placing that on a critical, we'll carve out time for that.
I strongly feel that that's one of the best uses of staff time on this list.
Amazing.
yeah, Council McLaughlin.
That's exactly what I feel. What you just stated, city manager, please. That was exactly.
Well, he was just repeating what Dan said, so you should get Dan.
In much better language. All right,
So it works.
if nobody's, if we're good with that, let's move along.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Next item we have on the list is TRT funds. This was an item that was brought up by a counselor, but at the same time, we do have a rather dated ordinance that details how TRT funds are allocated. I think it still mentions the Union Street underpass debt, for example, which I believe is paid. And so again, to just push us along a little bit, looking at the TRT funds and how those are used, and they put under a significant category, in part because we're getting a little heavy on critical. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, if everything's critical, they're not as critical. So I think looking at that ordinance would be an important part of the process, and staff and I have had some conversation on that already. So I'd like to see that on the list. But again, it could wait a year. Wouldn't be the end of the world. That's why I don't think it maybe needs the landing critical.
I didn't realize end of the world was the criterion by which we're gonna have to reorder some of these things.
Good point.
I put that one on there. It's same argument as Google. It's a lot of money, therefore it's responsibility and also opportunity. And frankly, I feel like we have not given that maybe, I feel like we could do our community a service by sort of taking a fresh look at that. But it doesn't necessarily need to be this year.
I agree with that. I do have a question. When was you say it's dated? How dated is it?
It's time.
Like
Yes.
30 years or?
No, not that long.
Like 90s.
Now, the issue here is,
I was gonna say early 2000s.
Mhm.
so the issue here is when we get TRT money, where exactly this money is funneled and the existing ordinance has exact percentages that goes to tourism, the chamber, the park district, whatever. Right.
It is kind of two-part.
Yeah.
So there is a percentage of the TRT that is directed towards Parks and Rec, and the remainder comes to the city. And then there's guidance on how that is utilized. And so a certain percentage of it has to be tourism services, and then it's a little bit more broad after that. So
We have to
it's
comply
a-
with
it's
this.
a review of the
Yeah.
ordinance and some of that other guiding.
It's
The ordinance is based on Oregon state law. It's
part of
based
it,
on ORS.
The
Of
use
what
of,
happened.
the use of TRT
percent,
funds.
yeah.
right.
but not all the TRT funds are subject to that law.
So the ordinance that we have, carves out 2% of our TRT to Parks and Rec, for example.
Right.
And 6% comes to the city where we have to follow some guidelines. Correct me if I'm way wrong on some of this. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Maybe I should just let you speak about it.
Do you recall, I mean, pop quiz, how much money are we talking about in really round figures? Do you recall by chance?
It's about 500,000.
Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah, TRT, I mean, within,
I think over $1 million.
yeah,
It's been over $1 million, 2% of that goes to the Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
We budget in a certain amount. If it's coming in higher, then we have to do a supplemental budget and bring more money in to give to Parks and Rec because we have to give them 2% of our revenue that comes in. And then we the tourism chamber submits a budget, and that's in the past where the city manager has approved that budget, and then it goes towards the budget committee, and then they approve that. And then we have, other small entities that get little pieces of it, and then the rest of it's absorbed within the general fund.
I don't have a problem necessarily where it's going, just the scale.
Mhm.
I mean, it's a fairly big lever that we are prying on or something with. Let's make sure we're prying on the right rock.
What if we put it under desirable? Because that way, if we don't get to it this year, but it is on our radar. Then we are trying to think about it. The process, just like we did.
Anybody
Get you
have,
into a significant, what can I do to get you into
Sure.
significant today? Okay.
I'm fine, go.
okay, any problem with making this a desirable project?
No problem.
Anybody? Okay, okay,
Were we landing on significant or desirable? Sorry, just for clarity.
desirable. That's
Desirable.
Mr. Mayor, did you hear the conversation between Councilor Richardson and Long just now, when you mentioned that?
No,
I said I will arm wrestle anybody who disagrees with me that it's significant. And we will decide.
oh,
And I
significant.
said that was fine.
Yeah, so-
Okay. Arm wrestle. All right, line them up.
Well, after you threatened me with a camera on my personal property.
It's for your own protection, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're hung up here between significant and desirable. What say you guys?
Desirable.
Do I get to break the tie?
Yeah, let's change the word desirable, to something more moderate.
I feel like desirable is, that might be like 2 or 3, 4 years out, and significant is more like, maybe not this year, but we're definitely keeping it close.
Yeah, I think it's something that should be addressed within the next couple of years for sure. So is that significant?
If I would suggest, my suggestion, we would put it into significant.
Okay,
Significant. I'm along with that.
not slightly significant or.
The next item we have on.
Tomato, tomato.
All right.
All right, let's go.
All right, so the next ones we have, let's try and take them at the same time. We have a tree plan and trash cleanup as part of beautification.
What's the trash cleanup issue? What's all that about? I mean, they do it once a month and we have a private company that sponsors it and leads stuff.
I mean, I don't recall which counselor added this one, but it could be the community cleanups that happen, which, again, kind of happen on their own. We can be supportive of. There's also the annual spring cleanup that Public Works has done in partnership with the Dallas Disposal. And when was the last time? Last fall. And so that was kind of on hiatus over COVID. Right. And so, for my opinion, that's something that is beneficial to the community and something to support and something to keep in the franchise agreement that we have with this Dallas Disposal.
Great.
So is that what trash cleanup was alluding to, the annual cleanup, not the Saturday stuff?
That's the information that I received, and so that's fine for.
Well, that's an ongoing, well, it sounds like that's an ongoing project, so,
So we can leave it where it is.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Tree plan, again, to me, inferring from that, that's my own supportive interest in addressing the downtown street trees specifically. And that's something that the facilities supervisor and probably the EDO and beautification committee may all be involved in. So we can certainly put it in a category if so desired. Otherwise, we'll just keep moving forward as I kind of described.
Continue.
well, I would suggest desirable or significant.
Let's move the tree plan to desirable.
Let's see. Okay, economic development.
Some of the final items we have here is park and outdoor spaces, remote retail business coming and staying in the Dalles. So promote retail business coming to and staying in the Dalles. You know, it can also refer to a business recruitment and expansion program to provide support to businesses to remain here, to remain open, to transition between owners, to expand. And oftentimes that kind of supportive economic environment becomes your best recruitment tool. First Street Plaza project and Mill Creek Trail. So we can kind of jump to any one of those the council might to first.
Well, Mill Creek Trail is a Park District project, isn't it? Or the Trail Committee?
Yes.
So
If I may, well, last I had a almost that. There were requests from the Parks District to see how much the city staff might be able to help them and things like administering the grant. Or even possibly contribute financially. So those kind of requests may come forward. Projects.
So take it off our list.
I would.
It's not a priority.
I would. Take
it off the list.
Okay.
Let's parking lot it, if you guys are willing.
Okay, fine. Let's go there.
Parking lot,
Yeah, that's fine. Stick it in Albertsons.
First Street Plaza project.
well, isn't urban renewal is come
Go
up,
take care of Tony's.
Well, that's a good
Parking lot.
clarification. Is that the Federal Street Plaza?
I think so.
So we could parking lot that until Tony's is taken care of.
Yeah.
Cooking now,
Promoting business is critical.
promote retail businesses coming through and staying in the Dow is critical.
Is that, in your mind, is that part of the economic development director position that you envision? I mean, is this gonna happen anyway?
So,
Or do you need extra emphasis?
no, in my mind, you know, the EDO position can be involved in this.
Yeah.
One way they may be most involved is coordinating efforts and supporting some of our partners who, to your point, already do this to a certain extent. Chamber comes to mind, Main Street comes to mind, Small Business Development Center at CGCC, you know, they are all involved in different elements of that. And so having city involvement and coordinating and supporting some of those, I don't know if it's critical. Definitely significant comes to mind.
I think it's really important. I'm asking, is it gonna, it's kind of sort of like law and order. We think that's really important because we fund a whole department full of people that, you know, to work on that police department. So, yeah, we're gonna do that no matter what. Is this gonna happen no matter what, or is it something that needs extra council support and emphasis?
Well, we currently fund, funding for the chamber as a component of that, funding for Main Street, funding for the tourism coordinator that we have. So we do already allocate significant resources there. Main Street in years past has had a business retention and expansion program. To my own horn, but I was involved in that, and I think it was very, very helpful. That may be something we want to see again. So that's why I think it lands in that category.
what's the status of that EDO? Josh, the hiring?
Yeah, we have about five applications in, maybe 5 or 6 applications, and we'll be reviewing. Our first review is 2 weeks from now. I think the 16th.
Okay. Councilor Long.
Yeah, I just, we identified this economic development last year, and I still think it's a critical priority because it drives so much else. And I feel like my priority as a city councilor is I'd like to see the city take a lead on this, and the EDO is getting a very long list of things that they're gonna have to do, including for urban renewal. And that's why I would like to put it under critical.
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody have a problem with critical? Okay, park and outdoor spaces. Is there any difference between that and the Mill Creek Trail? I mean, it's, what did you, suggest for that parking lot? Mill Creek Trail?
Everybody agreed to desirable except Counselor Richardson. He wanted.
What's that?
Wants to arm wrestle.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
you lost me. Mill Creek Trail, I think is really important, but the city's role in that is unclear to me.
Well, I was drawing a correlation because you had suggested to me Mill Creek Trail was something and I
I didn't want it to disappear. I wanted it to be in the parking lot. I don't know, parking outdoor space, I'm all for, but I don't think I put that on there. So whoever did, speak up and say your piece.
I think I was referring more to the cirrhosis park,
Yeah.
which like you say, something already being addressed by that body.
So those are things, again, reflecting on our goals that we can be supportive of, but isn't necessarily, it's a city initiative that will carve out significant staff time. For the staff.
We give them $500,000. I mean, certain amount of priority for it, but it's not city staff.
Yeah.
priority.
Money priority is different than focus priority.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
are
yeah.
about focus.
Good point.
Okay. Anything more on economic development? Climate resiliency.
Climate resiliency, a formal 5-10-year plan. Now, if I may, the climate resiliency committee was formed not too long ago.
Correct.
And I think that they'll be bringing forward some recommendations and proposals for consideration. And so I think it'll be good to have on the radar, not knowing what those are yet. Maybe hard to place it in a category outside. Desirable at this stage.
When will that plan be submitted to the council?
We won't have a plan, but the
Recommendations?
task force, I think it's called, will have a set of broad recommendations we're hoping to this spring.
Okay.
Prior to budget adoption. So we're really moving along, and we're not doing staff work. We're really saying this is where we think the city can get traction. So it's a fairly high level look. And not to steal our own thunder, but I think drawing up a more formal plan that digs in with fairly significant amount of technical background will be one of the recommendations, like to write said plan and to follow up. So I'm okay with desirable, significant, until we have something more specific.
The recommendations themselves, maybe.
Well, we're writing the recommendations regardless of what you people say. I hope you take it, hope they are useful. And that people find them something worth reflecting on and acting on. But sort of next steps is to be determined.
Okay, so your preference is desirable?
What was that?
I thought Dan had suggested it be desirable, so I was asking if I assumed that correctly.
I think it's a federal state issue. Not much we can do about it.
I would be happy to have a cup of coffee and talk with you about that.
So right now, down the list.
We are not proposing that the Dells solves climate change. We are proposing that the Dells be mindful of the effects and how we could best ameliorate those for our community. And it will be broad recommendations. There are certainly some things we can do.
So it's either desirable or parking lot, is what you're saying.
Definitely not parking lot. We don't have recommendations. We are working on those. I hope to have those. We hope to have those completed and brought forward this spring.
Comparable.
Okay. Okay, desirable. Code enforcement?
Code enforcement,
Needs to drag climate resiliency, not formal.
the last category we have for city council priorities was code enforcement, and the subheadings were staffing, broken sidewalks, dogs, trash. One that I would like to highlight is I have gotten some calls in the time that I've been here about a leash law. And something that is on my own whiteboard, but I have put in a question mark category because trying to weigh this allocation of resources. Is that something that the council would like us to carve out time to work on next year? coordination with legal, police department, and animal control officer? Or is that something that council like this is working on as a?
If we were to increase staffing, would that impact what you just said? In other words, if we were to, there's people, I know there's people in town and there's people on the council who think that having one person in code enforcement is not enough. We need more. So if we had more, would that facilitate working on leash laws or broken sidewalks or dog?
My impression is, I think staff can certainly weigh in, of course, but my impression is that having a conversation about adding an enforcement criteria would also include the staffing needs associated with that. I wouldn't want to develop a leash law that we would have a time or capacity, for example. Well, I might
Right.
flip that.
Yeah.
Say, if we were to establish a leash law, part of that conversation would be our capacity to actually enforce that, and what it would take. And if that led to potential need for increased resources and staff. The code component, a little, we have a code enforcement officer, animal officer, so maybe some overlap there also.
So if we think that staffing is inadequate, we think that there should be more staffing. Is that something the staff can evaluate? And, well, I shouldn't say, put it that way. Is it worth, does the city council think that investigating additional staff is a priority for the budget?
Another way to put that is, do you want us to prioritize and allocate resources to assess the staffing level of code enforcement?
Right. I think it's a good idea. It's not.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can I offer my legal opinion on this specific issue?
Mhm.
I think that the issue of codes enforcement is, and I haven't really said much all meeting today, but I will speak up on this specific issue. I think that there are very few issues that are more critical to this city's best interests than codes enforcement. Period. Very few or a small number of the things that were discussed in this room today matter or will come to a head and be fulfilled without codes enforcement. It's critical to the lifeblood of almost all of the ideas that were discussed today. As it stands, the city has an excellent codes enforcement officer, but just one officer. And as someone who's charged with administering the land use and development ordinance, which is a whole separate part of our code with the community development director, I can, I'm displeased to report there's very little enforcement on our end of things currently. And a large part of that, at least in my opinion, is a lack of resources. And so we have the laws on the books. We have a municipal court that meets every other Monday. We just don't have the resources available to enforce the laws that we already have. And so it sort of discourages me from even trying to recommend other updates to our laws if we're not doing the best that we can with the laws that we already have. That's all. So I would very much indicate that this is absolutely and I told this to Matthew even before he was, full-time with the city. It's on Jonathan's top 3 list of critical legal needs that need to be addressed as much as possible. So whichever one of you included this here, I'm delighted to see it.
Wasn't me. I happen to, I've said it before, I think we do need, but I'm not prepared to at this point suggest that I think we need a new code enforcement officer or an additional code enforcement officer any more than we need an additional police officer, for example, or somebody in finance or community development. So anyway, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think the question before us is, do we want city staff to take time to dig into the issue and come back with some thoughts for us? Not, do we want them to go out and hire somebody tomorrow?
Right.
And I do. I think I would like to see the critical list And if there's room, I would put codes enforcement conversation or review or whatever you want to call it. I would put that under critical. I might even put housing under significant, just because that's codes enforcement is something where we can get traction. That's something we can do something about. We can turn a dial and be like, yes, we're going to do more. We're going to spend more. We're going to spend less, whatever. That's an answerable question. Some of these others are big, important questions, but not necessarily ones that we're going to get to an answer on immediately.
So what I'm hearing is to move housing to significant and move assessment of staffing level for code enforcement to critical.
That's just my 2 cents.
I don't think that it needs to move, because a couple of those things like the franchise agreement thing are gonna be quick. I mean, just because the list is longer and some of those have subcategories, so. But I think codes enforcement should be under.
Okay, so let's move code enforcement and add staffing question mark in essence to the critical list.
But would you also agree that adding an additional code enforcement officer will be evaluated during the budget process along with the additional needs of every department?
Yeah, that would be part of that assessment.
Right.
And to Jonathan's point about the ability to enforce the codes on the books versus adding codes or laws, we don't have that ability for what's on the books already. They need to believe that we move the leash law to a more desirable category to assess the ability to enforce it.
Leash law will be, that's gonna be pretty interesting. If we get into that debate,
Anyone
anyway,
else put it in the book?
well, after we get 100 people at our council meeting, we might want to do that. So,
Depends on what you mean by leash law. You just mean
yeah,
keep animals under control so they don't go out and fight and charge people. Or do you mean let
That's
them
not the
leash
way-
forever? You know,
that's not the way it would be perceived. So,
I guess
anyway,
his crop duster is brushing the top of the cherry trees right now.
okay, do you feel you have a direction on this?
For leash law. Broken sidewalks and trash, I'm not too sure on those two categories if there was additional
That's
content.
minutia. I don't think that it should be in this.
We already have a sidewalk program, the 50-50. That's been pretty successful so far.
We've only been allocating $50,000 a year, which has been kind of the right amount as we get the program off the ground. And we've had, I think I shared with you before, we're trying to simplify the program and what we see how that this year. So. Yeah, I think it's a good step in the right direction. It's $50,000. It's not going to fix the public sidewalks.
Well, it's gonna help.
But it's gonna help.
Yeah. Okay,
So we've completed the council priority list. Again, the staff priority list was there for reference. There was one remaining item that was more on the staff list. If you can scroll down to the bottom. And the. Oh, I don't see it right there, but one in particular that Mr. Anderson mentioned were the improvements to sidewalks and stormwater going out to the Grove project. And if we still wanted to have staff time and resources allocated to that process to build those improvements going forward. There it is, construct a sidewalk on East 12th, Eastwood from Thompson Street. I think some guidance on that topic would be helpful for the upcoming budget process.
Definitely, well, definitely would. And if you wanted, I could offer a couple of points that we think are relevant. Council's deliberation. Would you be interested in hearing those?
no. I'm just kidding. No, I just want to point out that I had asked you guys to do an estimate on this and you did a really quick one. I think it was well over $1 million.
$1.5 million to
1 point-
do both the storm and the sidewalk.
And that doesn't include 10th Street. That's just 12th Street.
That's just-
Okay, so please go ahead and with your
Okay.
observation. I'd love to hear it.
Well, the thing that things that we thought were relevant is we heard a lot about this need or lack of sidewalks in the area during the hearings for the Grove or Lakes. So that project likely isn't moving. But we think the land's still there and it's going to develop at some point. So think the need, hasn't really gone away, probably just further down the line. The sidewalks identified in the city's adopted current transportation system plan as a project. The stormwater system identified as a project in the city's current stormwater master. And the concept was, which was previously discussed, was to use an ARPA allocation for those funds. And these are types of projects, the stormwater projects and new sidewalk construction are types of projects that we struggle with ways to fund. One-time ARPA funding might be a really good option to do that. And now under the criteria for ARPA, the whole project would qualify. Rather, previously, we thought we would have to pay for the sidewalks themselves out of our transportation, our other transportation dollars. Now we can pay for the whole thing with ARPA. Those were kind of the things that we thought were relevant to the idea of moving forward. We have programmed in the project, and we're getting ready to design it if the council identifies it's still a priority.
I think we need sidewalks there without the growth or without any development, but I wouldn't be opposed to waiting until some kind of development plan is submitted to community development before we decide. And I also think it's only fair to expect the developer to pay for part of the cost.
Portions of those projects that we're talking about are the portions that would extend from Thompson Street through the already developed parts of 12th Street and stop at the property to be developed. So we wouldn't be subsidizing a development of the previously proposed subdivision. Though that subdivision, if it ever happened or however that developed, would still have to put in their own. This area is already developed and there won't be any triggers for someone, other than say, unless an LID were undertaken, and I have not, I don't see much future in doing an LID.
It's like parking meters, LIDs and parking meters.
So hopefully that clarified what the scope of the project.
Mr.
Rod?
So you say it stops where that development was going to be. Isn't there such thing as going ahead and doing the sidewalks all the way out and then charging it back if and when a developer comes in?
It's difficult to do that. We have formed reimbursement districts before, but
Yeah.
our ordinance around reimbursement districts only allows us to do it for water and sewer projects. We can't do it for storm and we can't do it for transportation. So at least through that mechanism, we wouldn't have.
Wouldn't take care of sidewalks.
Yeah. I don't know, Josh, are any other creative ways to impart a burden on a future developer? Reimburse the city?
After you left our leadership meeting that one day when we were chatting about the ARPA funds, one thought I had, establishing that curb line, I think is extremely important. Then, you put the construction of sidewalks off on the future developers. A sidewalks from Thompson to Morton, I think is essential. Those are all developed. They're relatively smaller lots. So we're never going to get the sidewalk development between that section. The section between Morton and Richmond is less developed. Really, I think I counted maybe 5 houses in that entire strip. So those lots will develop in the future. Therefore, if a curb line's established, easier for them to put a sidewalk system in. And then another point with it, weighing on whether or not this development goes through. As I mentioned, they have 2 years. It's coming up in January. They have reached out. They can submit for an extension of up to 1 year. I think they're going to, because they're actively trying to sell the property. If they sell the property with completely approved engineered plans in hand, obviously it's any developer that wants to come in could basically take a shovel-ready site and go for it. And another project that we have discussed at our site team is another 50-unit subdivision that's only a block away from the Grove. So, you could be looking at, if the Grove goes through and this development goes through, over 120 lots with no sidewalks at all to Thompson. So I think we kind of get into the same issue that we were at when we discussed the Grove just 2 years ago about.
For us, the timing is that we have the funding opportunity now.
Counselor Long?
I'm in support of, keeping this on our critical list, because of the ARPA funding and any kind of construction or, projects is never gonna get any cheaper. We're discovering that really quick. And just for context, I grew up on Thompson right there between 10th and 12th. My aunt lived on 12th and it was dangerous then, 45 plus years ago. And it's really bad now. And we did have at least one woman, I remember she came and testified that her daughter had to jump into the culvert or whatever to avoid getting hit. And it is a really difficult place to walk.
So
There's a lot
moving
of people
this,
that want
this
to go
card
there.
to the critical list.
Fine.
Great. I don't mean to cut that off, but we're pushing our time. You have the staff priority list, as I mentioned. Again, we didn't need to move all those. That's just to highlight the work that staff is doing. If there's a particular one on that list that council would want to see moved over at some point or to have some input on, you could certainly provide that to me directly. But again, turning it back over to the mayor, looking at the 5 o'clock time that we're at, a little bit over right now.
Is it possible to have the list sent out to us individually, and if we have additional thoughts or moving them or et cetera, we could have time to look at that and ask questions?
You could certainly provide that list. And I think the only guidance I would add to that is if you have a particularly strong opinion on a particular item on that list that should be placed in critical or significant, let us know. Otherwise, they're all ongoing efforts as we speak.
Well, in closing, I just want to say that on the sidewalk issue, I do think it's critical. But I do feel that if the Grove is developed, whether it's Mr. Curtis, is it, or whether it's somebody he sells the property to, and then we have another development going in to the east,
Yes.
yeah, that the impact on public safety in that area will be exponentially increased by virtue of those developments. And I think that we should make an effort to get the developer to pay for at least part of those sidewalks. So that's my personal opinion. So with that, anything else for the good of the order?
I just want to commend the director of the library for sitting through 5 hours. of it. Four. Or what? 4 hours. We had to plan before you got here. 4 hours, 10, 11 minutes.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much. We have plenty of desserts, snacks here to either take home or eat. And I'd like to thank the staff for all your hard work. You guys have been great, and I appreciate all the work the staff has done. And what was that expression you used? Type?
Lights out.
Staff is lights out. Thank you very much.